You're live.
Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome to I consider our first school committee meeting, although we've been meeting all along for the 21-22 school year. And welcome to the Brookline School Committee meeting, September 9th, 2021. We are delighted to have so many people here. There's a reason for that. And we will move along momentarily. I just want to say that I had an opportunity to see the new wing at the high school. Susan was there, of course, doing whatever she does there all the time. And it was just a marvelous experience. So just thank you to so many people, but a special public thank you to Susan Wolf-Ditkoff, who has done so much to shepherd this all the way through and is still doing all that work. So thank you very much. It was spectacular. And the best part was, I think the kids actually knew how to use the space just the way the architects thought that they would use it. And that was really exciting to see that open space being used by lots and lots of students who were really working hard and doing what they needed to do. So it was great to see. So thank you. I look forward to an open house so the public can see the new space. Okay, we are going to start with consent agenda, and it includes the minutes from August 17th and acceptance of a gift. So let's vote on that, and then we can talk about the gift for a minute. So do I have a second to the motion? Thank you, Mariah, and we're just going to vote on that. So Andy?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So for the gift, who gets to do the honors here? It's a special award. Jamie, are you doing that, or Dr. Guillory? Who gets to do that?
Thank you, Suzanne. Yes, we're going to invite Principal Yadoff to the mic to share the great news about this particular award.
So I am really excited today to share with you that one of our peers educators, Stephanie Goodman, who is with us tonight, was nominated in the 3rd annual Staples Thank a Teacher Award contest. So essentially, this is an opportunity for folks in our community to reach out nationally and to nominate teachers who they feel like are doing an exceptional job connecting with students and supporting them and furthering the work of education. And Stephanie was one of 20 recipients named this year nationally for this award, which is so exciting. So Stephanie received a gift from Staples for her own use as she would like, but Pierce School also received a $5,000 donation from Staples that I'm hoping Stephanie is going to help me spend. The Staples in Brighton has very generously opened to offer for us an hour early one day for our own little private shopping spree to benefit Pierce School. So we're very excited that you've approved the gift, and we can't wait to go spend it. Before I just let Stephanie say hello, I did want to read a little excerpt from the nomination for her. So this is in part what was written. Miss Goodman is the most dedicated, hardworking, and caring teacher I know. In addition to spending hours planning engaging virtual lessons for her 6th grade English class, Miss Goodman ran an online Dungeons and Dragons club to promote socialization among some of her more reserved students, and an online crafting club to foster students' creativity. She went even further above and beyond by arranging to have a local bike shop donate 3 bicycles and locks to students from her school. This was made even more impressive given the bicycle shortage that was ongoing at the time. So obviously these nominations went out in June. So this was back in the spring during the height of the pandemic. So I wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to hear some of those lovely words about Stephanie. And with that, Stephanie, would you like to say anything?
I just wanted to say thank you for accepting it. We're very excited to keep helping the students with the gift that Staples gave. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Thank you, Jamie. It is an honor. 20 out of the whole country, that's an honor. So happy that you've been recognized for the good work you're doing. Keep it up. Keep it up. Hopefully it'll be a little easier this year, but we'll see. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to move on to the superintendent's report. So, Dr. Guillory.
Thank you, Suzanne. I am elated again to be here with you tonight. I'm going to jump right into it because we have a pretty packed section here for you. Please join me in welcoming the newest educational leaders to the public schools of Brookline. Most are current colleagues who have assumed a new leadership role, while others are brand new to the district, and we want to say welcome to all. So at this time, I'm going to call out the individual's name and their title and allow them a brief remark to you, and we'll continue moving through the group. So first up is Samantha Bracey, who's the co-director of special education, and she can't be with us tonight, so I'm going to ask Casey to give a brief remark on her behalf.
Great. Thanks, Dr. Guillory. So as Dr. Guillory mentioned, we welcomed Samantha Bracey to the district back in July. She takes over for Melissa Devine, who left us for a different work opportunity. So we wish her the best of luck, but we are also very lucky to have Samantha join us. She's already jumped in, partnering a lot with OTL, focusing on a lot of work on dyslexia and significant disproportionality. She's also been collaborating a bunch with principals, getting to know ETFs, and getting to meet families over the summer because she also helped oversee ESY.
Awesome. Welcome, Samantha. Next, we have Carolyn Wilson. Carolyn, if you will introduce yourself and tell us in what capacity you're supporting our students.
Yes, I'm Carolyn Wilson. I am the Interim Director of Special Education for Brookline High School. I'm excited to join the team of educators supporting our students with disabilities at the high school. Over the past 20 years, I've worked in a variety of capacities, from teaching, working at the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, working as a team chair, and most recently, I was working as an attorney representing public school districts. So I am excited to be building based and supporting the team at the high school.
Thank you, Carolyn. Next, we're going to move into our group of colleagues who have taken on a new leadership role within PSB. First up is Michael Chan.
Hi, everyone. My name's Mike. I am the new communication specialist. I help Dr. Guillory and his team with any messaging that needs to go out and making sure that any information and news is communicated and received by our students, our staff, families, and community members. Also help run the social media and our district website, and also any photos, videos that we are trying to publish as well. I've been in the district for 3 years as a registration and community engagement specialist, and I'm happy to step into this new and exciting leadership role.
Thank you, Michael. Next, we have Matt Dubois.
Hi, everyone. My name is Matt. Prior to this role, so I'm the Assistant Director of Guidance, Clinical Services, and Social Emotional Learning. Most recently, I was working as a school psychologist at the high school for the past 5 years. So in moving into this position, I'm going to be able to support and supervise our adjustment counselors in our elementary schools. And then also be able to lead and coordinate our SEL work across the district, so for pre-K through 12th grade. And I'll be popping in to school committees meetings here and there to sort of give updates about our work. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks. Welcome, Matt. Next up, we have Kendall Jones.
Am I unmuted? All right, good. Good evening. My name is Kendall Jones. I am the Social, Emotional, and Mental Health Coordinator for the MECO program. Prior to my role here, I was a substance abuse and violence prevention counselor for the Public Health Department and the Steps to Sex advisor. In this role here, I'll be providing SEL and mental health services to students and families.
Welcome, Kendall. Next, we have Brendan Kobus.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brendan Kobus. This is my 12th year in Brookline. I've been a special education teacher at the high school and an associate dean. And this year I am the dean of 9th grade, and I am incredibly excited. It's a really big year for us. It always is for 9th graders in Brookline, but I'm incredibly proud to work with the class of 2025 as we begin the year at Old Lincoln School. and then transition to our new space in 22 Tappan. So honored to be in this position. Thanks.
Awesome. Welcome, Brendan. Next, we have Sarah Ladner Apollo.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Ladner Apollo, and this year I'll be the program coordinator for the Winthrop House program. This is my 12th year in the district. I was formerly the math teacher at Winthrop House for the last 11 years. We are currently starting the year out at the Baldwin School location, and we're really excited about Winthrop House's upcoming move midway through this year to join the Brookline High School campus. And I'm excited to help captain Winthrop House as we look to the future. Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome. Next up is Melissa Lyons.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm very excited to be Driscoll's new vice principal for grades kindergarten through 4th. I began my career in this district over 2 decades ago as a paraprofessional in the district. Throughout my career, I have been a classroom teacher, both in general education and special education, teacher mentor, and most recently an education team facilitator at 2 of our K-8 elementary schools. I'm very excited to bring my passion for inclusion, collaboration, and most importantly, my commitment to helping not only our youngest learners, but all of our learners to develop confidence and a passion and a true investment in their education and love for learning. So thank you.
Awesome. Welcome, Melissa. Next up is Gabe McCormick.
Hi, everyone. Happy to be back in a central office role. This is my 8th year in the district that I'm starting. The last 2 years, I was our K-8 social studies coordinator, and before that, our director of professional development. So my role now is the senior director of teaching and learning for secondary education. So kind of the second half to Michelle's role in the Office of Teaching and Learning, working pretty directly with the high school. And then also I'll be working on some of the middle school model review that has been much talked about, and supervising the Steps to Success director that we're working on hiring, and a handful of other things. So looking forward to being back in this role, in this spot.
Welcome back, Gabe. Next up is Greg Porter.
Thank you. My name is Greg Porter, and I'm the interim social studies coordinator for K-8 this year. I have spent my entire professional career here in Brookline, the last 15 years at Lawrence School, first as a 5th grade teacher and then as a 6th and 7th grade social studies teacher. And I think what I'm really excited about in this new role is I get to continue some of the great work I've been doing as a teacher with the middle school social studies teachers, but perhaps even more excited to re-engage with my sort of elementary folks, get back to my roots a bit, and because I know how important elementary social studies instruction is. So I'm really excited to be here, and thank you.
Awesome, welcome. Next, we have Donna Sartanowitz. Donna, I hope I said it correctly this time.
Sorry, I just had to figure out how to take myself off of mute on this device. So my name is Donna Sartanowitz. It is hard to say, but so worth it when you get there. I've been teaching in Brookline for, this will be my 18th year of teaching here. And I have spent those 18 years, the 17 years that preceded this one at the high school as one of the art teachers there. And so this year I'm stepping into the curriculum coordinator role for the visual arts, K-12. I'm going to be the interim curriculum coordinator and see how I do with this move. And I'm very excited about all of the people that I've been able to work with in the last few months. To get out into the elementary schools and also work with my people at the high school. Visual arts is so important and such a hallmark of a Brookline education. I'm really happy to be able to lead us into the future. So thank you.
So welcome, Donna. Next up is Summer Williams.
Hi, everyone. Summer. I use she, her pronouns. I am also on team 18th year. I was 4 when I started here in Brookline. I have always been at the high school. I spent the first many years as a drama teacher and then joined the Dean's team as an associate dean. And this year have the pleasure of serving as the dean for 10th, 11th, and 12th grades. I'm really excited to just be back in the building with a bunch of young people and this energy. And I'm even more excited as a dean who had to plan some senior events last year where it was like really difficult and maybe not the most of what they wanted, to be able to deliver a little bit more, hopefully this year, as things hopefully continue to improve. Excited to be in this work with you all.
Awesome. Welcome, Summer. And last but not least, we have Jamie Yadoff.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jamie Yadoff. I will be the interim principal at the Pierce School this year. I came to Brookline in 2005 as a middle school teacher and taught all different middle school subjects over the years. I spent the last 3 years as a vice principal at Pierce School, and I've assumed the interim role as Leslie Ryan Miller transitioned into central office. Thank you.
Awesome. Welcome, Jamie. And momentarily, a little bit later, you're going to hear from the senior team. So we'll wait to do the senior team members at that time. So at this moment, let's again congratulate all of our newest team members. Welcome aboard. Next, we will have a report on summer learning, just to sort of close out that great package that we had there.
Linus, at this point, I jump in and I tell people that they are welcome to stay as long as they want, but we know it's a work night and a school night, and you do not have to stay. It's okay. And Helen wants to say something. Helen?
Can I just say one thing about how impressed I am that we have promoted people from within to all these positions. I know you're all excellent because I know most of you. It really, it makes me feel really good that we're able to do that. And we know that we have people who are extremely competent and really know Brookline and know our kids. So thank you. Thank you all for stepping up and doing it.
I absolutely agree. I did all those remarks. I was impressed that almost all, I think, but 2 are from in-house. And I'm glad that we can develop and grow our own, as the case may be. So thank you. Okay, Linus, sorry for the interruption, but I just want to let them know they can, turn off their camera and go do something else besides schoolwork if they want.
Awesome, thank you. Next up, we have a report on summer programming from Leslie.
Good evening, everybody. I'm going to share my screen. 1 second. Oops, hold on 1 second. All right, is everyone able to see? Whoops, let's start here. All right, so I am very excited to share a very brief report on summer programming. I think this is a real point of celebration. We were able to provide strong programming for hundreds of Brookline students. And so I'm just really proud of this accomplishment, which I didn't really have a big part of, with the exception of just starting the role in July and having the opportunity to support some of the programs, but also just visit the programs and spend a good amount of time there. Who I really would love to shout out right now is Michelle Herman, who did a tremendous amount of work to get our USP, our Universal Summer Program, off the ground, as well as collaborate with other programs. So Michelle, are you on?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, all right. So, we had a summer that was just full of opportunities for students. And it was just a real collaborative moment because we saw a number of programs within OTL and OSS really come together to provide various programming for our students. So really quickly, I'm just going to run through some of the programs, who hosted the programs, and then some of the descriptions and highlights. And I will actually I won't read the screen, I'll leave that to you guys, but just share some of the highlights. And Michelle, you should feel free to jump in at any point. But Brookline Adult and Community Ed ran a fantastic program for us that housed 407 students. It was a Smart Summer program. I had the opportunity to visit this program several times at Runkle, and the kids were engaged. I think one of the things that isn't just specific to the base program, but to all of our summer programs, was that students were able to find their niche, right? So there were a ton of offerings at base. You see video productions, Minecraft, sports. And then when we think about the USP program, where there was a real focus on project-based learning, I heard from many parents over the summer just how well their children took to that work. And this provides a real jump off for learning for us. Now that we were able to do this at USP, it gives us some food for thought about how we take what worked in that program and bring it into our classrooms. So that will be really front and center of the discussion when we start thinking about what was ECS, but moving forward, what is the most effective and efficient way to serve our students that are gifted and talented and need enrichment. Then there was the BHS Summer School program that was led by Brendan Kobus. We had 165 students there. And again, there were a host of different offerings there that students could select from. And then students also had an opportunity to really digest the summer reading for the high school, the Just Mercy text. So very thankful that our students had that opportunity. Michelle, before I go on, is there anything you'd like to add?
No, just about USP. I think just looking at that and seeing just the number of students that were able to participate, and the idea that we were really able to take most of that program outside the buildings and really explore Brookline.
Awesome. And I do just want to shout out, in the base program, we had a coding camp, and the coding camp was led by an entire staff of female camp counselors that were Brookline High students. And so they had a goal to get 600 kids involved in robotics in Brookline by 2024. And what I saw over the summer tells me that they are on their way to meeting that goal. So it was a real joy to see them in action and leading our younger students.
Oh, Leslie, can I throw one other thing in on USP?
Go for it. Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the things that we did have was we had many students from Brookline High School who served as student workers for us and participated with our students throughout the USP and really took on leadership roles to help that program be successful.
Yeah, and that was the case in a number of our programs. Also in Star Academy, which we'll get to in a moment. We had high school students working there, and I got to go on the first day of school, and right away I saw a peer student who was helping to settle down a youngster who was a little nervous because it was the first day, and it was just so good to see our older students taking on that leadership role and doing so well with the younger students. So then we have Project Discovery. It served 125 students, and this was a program by invitation only for students that really needed that extra boost around literacy. We were fortunate to be able to employ a co-teaching model, and we just saw a lot of bang for our buck in terms of that program and the smaller class sizes. So we're also going to be tracking students really carefully to see what their assessments look like in the fall, so that we can really measure the impact that this program had. But it was a real way to prevent summer slide and give students some of the extra support that they may have needed in literacy. And then last but not least, Star Academy, which served METCO students and some of our English language learners, a fairly big site. This program ran 5 weeks, which is a long time for a summer program. So shout out to the staff, and not just the staff of Star Academy. I should have done that in the very beginning. Shout out to our educators that staff these programs. So we all know last year was a really tricky year. It was a difficult year. And totally agree. A lot of people really just took the time to rest and relax. But we had a number of educators that took the time to continue to service our students and support our students. And I know I'm acutely aware that we could not do this work without them. So huge thanks to those educators that worked during this in the summer programs. So Star Academy served a total of 297 students. And then last but not least, ESY, Extended School Year. And Casey, I don't know if you want to say anything about Extended School Year.
Sure, I can add a few things. So this year we served a little over 200 students this summer, which is about 50 fewer than what we typically see. We had a lot of, not a lot I would say, but we saw a little bit of a dip with families just saying that they needed a little bit of a rest for their students who worked so hard during the school year and wanted to give them a little bit of a break. But nonetheless, to have this many students, and we were grateful that we had so many people who were willing to work, teachers, service providers, and paraprofessionals. We were at 2 sites this year, at FRR and at Runkle, and of course our BEEP site, so serving all of our students on IEPs who require ESY.
Thank you, Casey. And then really quickly, because I don't want to take up too much time, here's just some of the feedback that we got from the Universal Summer Program. And one of the reasons I'm focusing on this program is that it was new. It was new to the public schools of Brookline this year. And so, whenever you have an inaugural program, you really want to figure out what worked, what didn't. So we got some really positive feedback from educators. And then we also did have some areas for improvement that are absolutely actionable that we'll be thinking about going forward with just all of our summer programming. And here's some feedback also from Project Discovery teachers. So I'll stop sharing. That's really the conclusion of the presentation. But all in all, I think it was a really productive summer here in Brookline for our young people. And we're looking to replicate the things that worked next year. We're already thinking about summer. Gabe McCormick, who you just met, in addition to what he talked about, summer program also is going to fall under him. So we will have a point person for that work, and looking forward already to the planning for next year, because what we know is that out of school time does matter, after school, summer school, and we really want to be thoughtful and give the best opportunities to our students. And I think that we did a very nice job of doing that this summer. So thank you.
Thank you, Leslie, and thank you to all the staff who, I know it's hard to do. I worked summer school way back in the day, and it was always a little tricky to get that break for yourself in the summer. So a special thank you to the staff who showed up and did such a great job. Linus, it's back to you.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I wanted to share and update our status report on NEOSC, which is the New England Association of Schools and Colleges. Brookline High is up for its decennial accreditation visit in the fall of 2024. The 4-day visit forms the core of the accreditation process. And prior to the visit, the high school will participate in a collaborative conference visit in the fall of 2022. The collaborative conference will bring educators to BHS to read their self-report and engage in conversations with a variety of stakeholders. So the reason I bring this up now is that I, as the new superintendent of schools, has been invited by NEOSC to be a member of a visiting team out at Chicopee High School, which is being held from November 14th through November 17th. Of course, if the committee so sees the value in it, I will be away from the district for those 3 days. In my role as a visiting team member, I will meet with the Chicopee High School Self-Reflection Committee with their stakeholders and provide feedback on the school's alignment to the standards for accreditation. My participation in the process, I believe, in Chicopee will be incredibly valuable to our working to prepare BHS for the upcoming visit. And so I wanted to surface that for the committee to see if there were any questions or concerns about that process.
Susan?
So just in the past, we've had conversations about the NEASC process and Brookline's participation in it. So I'm wondering if it's worth just, not at this moment, but finding a few minutes at some point to revisit that conversation. I think there were just questions about how it played out last time and what the NEASC process should look like going forward. And I think there are fees associated with participating with it, substantial fees, sort of what are the benefits to those, and how, if we do continue, might we get the most out of the process? So I would just suggest that maybe we can find a time to do that. I guess I'm more speaking to Suzanne and David.
Yeah, we can put that on. We can bring
Okay.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
I'll touch base with you to get some of the background. Okay, great. Helen and then Mariah.
Yeah, I agree with Susan. There were issues the last time. And if memory serves me right, there was a group from EDCO that worked with NEASC to change some of their, the things that were very onerous that they were asking for. I can't remember all of it, but I do know John Sills, who is a Brookline resident, was very involved with that, and might be helpful to have ask him to come to that conversation, because he was the principal at Bedford High and also a superintendent there and involved with NEASC directly. So, and it is expensive, so I'm not sure if there's anything else we might, or what other school districts are doing.
Yeah, Mariah?
From the rookie school committee member, semi-rookie at this point, what is this and why are we participating? Like I kind of want to hear the answer to Susan's question, but even if I don't get the full answer, can you at least tell me what this is? Because I don't know what it is.
Certainly, and I can provide, I have a full report somewhere.
This is the third time in my being on the school committee that we've gone through this evaluation. It's supposed to be a time for the schools to reflect on what they're doing, find out about other things that are happening in the world in education. New England Association of NEASC, New England
Schools and
colleges.
Schools and colleges.
So it's like accreditation, but not accreditation. Okay.
Exactly.
But they don't have the right to accredit us, but it's sort of a process where we do that sort of review. Okay.
We buy into it literally.
Got it. Thank you.
And I'm happy to share the extensive reports as well if anybody is interested in perusing those.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Linus, do you have to pay to participate this year in that?
No.
Okay, so you pay when the team comes to evaluate our district. Is that okay? Okay. Well, let's think about it some more and talk some more about that. Perhaps put it on the agenda. So we have the right players here. Yeah.
The other person too that might be worth having a conversation with is Bob Weintraub, who was here for the last one.
Okay, great. Yeah, okay. Okay, we will come back to that. Linus, you want to move on to Spotlight on Excellence?
Absolutely. So I am very pleased to start a new tradition with the Public Schools of Brookline School Committee meetings this year, known as the Spotlight on Excellence. The Spotlight on Excellence will shine a light on just some of the many academic, athletic, and cultural achievements of our students and staff. We will honor students and or staff with spotlights on excellence, a Spotlight on Excellence award at each school committee meeting as a way to showcase their remarkable accomplishments. For the inaugural presentation on the Spotlight on Excellence award this evening, we honor the 5 Brookline High seniors who have been named semifinalists in the 2022 National Merit Scholarship Competition. The National Merit Scholarship Program is a rigorous national program that recognizes those students with outstanding scores on the SAT qualifying test. Only 1/3 of the 50,000 highest scoring students who take the qualifying test are selected as semifinalists, and they are among the highest scoring students in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We extend our very best wishes to these 5 semifinalists who will continue in the process. In addition to their qualifying scores, students seeking to be named a finalist will be evaluated on their academic record, including coursework and grades, written recommendations from BHS staff, an essay and information about their activities and leadership achievements. It goes without saying that they have already made BHS very proud. Tonight, please join me in recognizing the following BHS students as we present them virtually with the Spotlight on Excellence Award, and I have them all here on my desk. And we will mail the certificate to your home tomorrow. I will introduce each student and ask them to say a few words to the committee and the community tonight. So first up, we have Jade Blaze Ellis.
Hello, I'm Jade Blaze Ellis. I use she, her, hers. I'm really honored to be here. I'm glad that I'm in a community that supports students, and I just want to say thank you to my teachers and parents who have supported me a lot, and congrats to everyone else who's a semifinalist.
Awesome, awesome. Next up, we have Lilia Burton Patel.
Hi, I'm Lilia. I use she, her, hers, and thank you all so much for starting this new tradition. I think it's going to be really wonderful to honor students in the community. I also want to say that I know that standardized tests are not everyone's thing, and I don't think that they're a necessary skill to succeed, but I'm very happy that it's something that I enjoy and something that I'm being honored for. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Next up is Marlene Lee.
Hi everyone, I'm Marlon. It's really great to be honored here tonight along with so many faces I recognize. Yeah, it's just a great honor to be here.
Awesome, thank you, Marlon. Next up is Drew Va.
Yeah, thank you so much to all my teachers and everyone at BHS, and also to my friends like Claire. And yeah, thank you guys so much.
Awesome. And last but not least, we have Thomason.
Hi, I'm Thomason. I use she, hers, and it's funny to see so many of my friends at a school committee meeting, but hi guys. Thanks so much for this honor and congrats to everyone.
Awesome. Thank you all for your outstanding accomplishments, and we look forward to seeing the great things you will continue doing. And with that, Suzanne, I do have a few remarks, but I think rather than read them in terms of a superintendent's update, I think I'll just share these with the committee so that you can have those. It's sort of, I spelled out some of the actions or the activities that I've been doing over the summer, but I think I can share those with you electronically. And I think it may be uploaded in your folder, but if not, we'll get it there.
Okay. Again, thank you to the students for giving us some of your time tonight. It's a thrill to meet you, and we wish you the best of luck going forward, of course. So Linus, are you done with your section, the superintendent's report?
I am done.
Okay, okay. Claire, we get to go to you. Claire is again our student representative. She served last year, and we are delighted to have you back. You're now a senior, so tell us what you want to tell us, Claire.
I just want to also say congratulations to all the students. I'm in your grade, and like I just want to say from a personal perspective, you're all like very kind, amazing people. And so I just want to say congratulations. Also, shout out to my bestie, Druba. But yeah, I'll start on my report. Hello there, my name is Claire Gallion, and I'm the student representative on school committee. Since this is my first meeting of the year, I thought I should do a little introduction of myself for those of you who don't know me. I am a senior at Brookline High School, and this is my second year serving on school committee. I am a member of student government, school within a school, and concert band. I like to study Japanese, and I love astrology. Okay, now that my introduction is out of the way, let's get down to business. The school year started last week, fully in person. The high school has its beautiful new science wing, is continuing to provide free lunches for all students, and school is somewhat back to normal. Due to the school year beginning so recently, I don't have much to cover yet. Instead, I'd like to look back on what we can learn from last year and look into the future of this year. While last year was one like no other, we shouldn't put it behind us too quickly. The pandemic exposed issues in our school system and has opened new conversations regarding accessibility, health, equity, and education. Last year, there was an emphasis on mental health and equity that I don't believe should be forgotten just because we're all in person now. Students' well-beings are major, and as a student representative, I feel responsible for speaking up for us. Going forward this year, I would like to expand the role of a student representative. I plan on expanding my surveys and finding the hard-hitting student issues, but also elevating voices we don't usually hear here on school committee. Luckily, I know more about statistics than I did last year, so hopefully my surveys will be more effective and accurate. I focused a lot on COVID in the past, which is still important, but this year some topics I'd like to cover are mental health, the transition to full-time in person, teacher perspectives, class sizes and dynamics, etc. I'm thrilled to be able to spend another year on school committee, and I'm so excited to see how this school year goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We are thrilled to have you back, and we look forward to those surveys because we know that you ask really good questions. So we do look forward to that. As always, you're welcome to stay as long as you want, but you also can go do homework if you need to do that. So that's you can make that decision. Mariah.
Welcome back, Claire. So good to see you. I have a question, and I'm so glad that you're going to continue your tradition of hard-hitting journalism and investigative reports into what's going on. I was curious if you're going to think about how you might reach out to students in the K-8s if there's any opportunity to think about how you might also, or teachers that aren't at the high school. It might be interesting to even broaden the perspective, that you can, even if you're thinking of the teachers, you were at Driscoll, right? Am I remembering right? Yeah. So if there's opportunities to go back and explore some of perspective from the K-8s that you offer, it'd be valuable too.
Yeah, I'm so glad you brought that up. Last year, I was really wanting to reach out to teachers who work at K-8 schools. The main thing is that it's kind of harder to survey younger kids, but at the same time, I've been really wanting to do more with that because the high school is important, but not the majority of the students in our school district are in elementary school and middle school. Oh my gosh, sorry, my cat climbed up here. But yeah, thank you so much for bringing that up. That's something I want to touch on this year.
It is a challenge, but it's also something to think about if there's chances.
Okay, thank you so much, Claire. Okay, we're going to move on to presentations, discussions of current issues. We're starting on update on school opening. Dr. Guillory, we're handing it over to you.
Thank you. I think Aaron's going to pull up our presentation here, and this is where members of our senior team are going to join in the presentation. So actually what I will do at this moment is take a quick second and go back and read a few things from the report, even though I said I wasn't going to do it. Since I started in Brookline July 1, I've been busy meeting with staff and community members as a part of my formal entry plan interview. and more informal in nature. I wanted to take a moment to share with you just a few of the activities that I've engaged in over the summer. In July, I joined superintendent colleagues from across Massachusetts at the Massachusetts Association of Superintendents Executive Institute in mid-July. I've met with principals and senior staff for a highly effective 3-day productive work session to collaborate on goal setting and school opening. We've conducted interviews with school committee members, principals, senior staff, and municipal colleagues. I've met with many community partners, including leaders from the Brookline Education Foundation, the Brookline Innovation Fund, and the Brookline Teen Center, among others. I visited Metco headquarters in Boston and met with the Metco president. I saw some universal summer learning programs and the Star Academy summer programs. We celebrated with the Brookline Housing Authority residents at the annual Back to School Social held at Trustman Apartments. We greeted our newest educators at the new teacher orientation. We've led our 70+ educational leaders at the annual one-day retreat held off-site at Boston University. We attended the amazing inaugural AAPI community welcome in the new STEM building, which was organized by students and families and supported by the entire BHS team. And I hosted the first monthly parent leader meeting with PTO and school site leaders. These are just a few of the activities and meetings that have kept me busy over the summer. Overall, the goal of my summer work and that of the members of the leadership team was a safe opening of full in-person learning for staff on August 30th and 31st, and for students on September 1, 2, and 3. I'm happy to report that we've achieved this monumental goal. Teachers returned on August 30th, and as a custom, I crisscrossed the town to visit every school to meet with faculty, joined by BU President Jessica Winder-Shubo, and share an opening welcome message. On September 1st, I was the first day of school in K9. I visited every K8 school and BHS to check in on students. When BEEP held their first day, September 3rd, Principal Watts and I visited all 4 BEEP locations to see our students happily beginning their school year. I'm indebted to my senior team, to all of our principals, to all of our educational leaders, including vice principals, curriculum and program coordinators, special education and program directors, for their thoughtful and careful work as they engaged all summer so that our students and staff could have a healthy, safe, and joyful start to the school year. I'm also indebted to every educator, including homeroom teachers, specialists, special educators, and our school nurses for working so hard to be sure that we were ready to welcome our students back in September. Finally, I extend a thanks to all of the support staff, including secretaries, custodians, and food service colleagues who support all of the important work we do. Certainly, thank you to our students and families for showing up. And a big thank you also to the Public Schools of Brookline School Committee for your continued guidance and support. So I just wanted to share that tidbit. I think it's appropriate as we get into our school reopening piece. We are focusing on a tagline this school year, and I think throughout our time together, is every student by face and name to, through, and beyond graduation. Our opening days for staff focused on 3 essential questions. And Suzanne, I think you've participated in part of this. Who am I? Why am I here? And what impact will I make? So we started this with our building leaders. We took it then to our district leaders, and then also challenged our educators to think about those 3 questions as we go through the course of the year. Every decision we make is grounded in improving access and opportunities for our students. Another way to say that is to keep the main thing the main thing. We are all here to ensure that our students not only succeed, but they thrive. And that means that all of our resources and supports need to go into ensuring that for our students. If we take care of our students, we do that through our staff. And I always say students and staff are priority 1. Students are priority 1A and staff faculty and staff are priority 1B. And with that, our opening days, we were excited to welcome everyone back to full in-person learning. Approximately 7,000 students, 495 students are enrolled in kindergarten as of September 6th. And we still have our sections are remaining around 20 students per average on class by section there. So I have an update also, committee members, that I provided to you, I think, in your folder regarding our enrollment numbers. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic over to our new Deputy Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, Ms. Leslie Ryan Miller.
Thank you, Linus. I'm just going to start briefly by talking about some of the accomplishments from over the summer. One thing I just want to say, and I was thinking this during the introductions of new staff, I've been really impressed at the way we've just all been able to collaborate across departments. We've been collaborating a lot with OSS, with HR, on the evaluation tool. And so it's just felt really good to come into that situation. And many of the accomplishments I'm going to talk about are really a result of that type of collaboration. So just starting off, first and foremost priority was just to staff and reorganize OTL in a way that we could best support schools. So as Linus said, keep the main thing the main thing. And for me, the main thing is supporting educators in the vein of supporting students. And so we know that when our educators are taken care of, they can do what they need to do for our students, which is our first priority. And so just adding Gabe McCormick to the team in the secondary role has already been incredibly fruitful. I think it's really important that OTL really has connections to not just the K-8 schools, but also the high schools, as many of the adaptive work and challenges that we have and that we're going to do really span K-12. And so we want to make sure that there is that continuity and continuity and through line amongst the work. And so it's been great to just, as an OTL leadership team, get to know one another and engage in the work. I already talked about the summer programming. Just really thankful to all that did an incredible job to make that happen. This is work that started before I got here, but the essential curriculum, our K-5 scope and sequences are ready. And I look forward to sharing that with educators. I'll probably send it over the weekend so it can be at the top of their inbox on Monday morning. But this is really important work because it really names the critical work and the content that we expect all our students to get. And so one of the things we know is that one of the challenges here is that we have more content than time. And so we really want to prioritize and make sure that students have equity and access to the same teaching and learning ideas. And so I don't want it to get confused. We're not telling teachers how to teach. What we're doing is making sure that, again, there is access to the same content across all of our K-8 schools. And so really excited for that work. That work has been in progress for quite some time. And that will also just support curriculum integration. It'll help our service providers if they know around the time that something's being taught. If you're a special educator, if you're working with English language learners, you can really tailor your instruction to match what is happening in the general ed classroom. And then again, nobody wants this, but we are still in the midst of a pandemic. And so having a scope and sequence and being able to turn to that should we need to pivot to remote instruction allows educators really to collaborate across schools, across grades, within grade level teams. So really excited about that work. And then the new teacher orientation. We welcomed 45 new educators. It was great to see them, and also just really excited that we were able to get them just initially acclimated to the work being done here around social emotional learning, our learning management systems, and equity. Janae ran a session for them, which was very well received. So we were very pleased about that. Next slide. And this is just a preview of the work to come. So we certainly have some adaptive challenges, adaptive work, and some focus areas for this school year that will also go beyond this school year. And one of the things I think that's critically important to know, we've been doing a lot of talking with principals about technical versus adaptive challenges. And what we know about adaptive challenges is that it requires input from all our constituents. And so this is going to be a year of getting feedback, understanding, what, how these focus areas play out for families, for educators, for students. And so we really want to get their feedback, and the key areas we'll be thinking about. And these are big areas: time on learning, specifically thinking about the interface of science and social studies, and what does the time look like in our K-8 schools in terms of equity with all of our core content areas. The middle school model, taking a really deep dive and thinking about what needs to change, that we have effective models across all our schools that are in service of students. And there's a lot of kind of depth here. We need to look at content, we need to look at FTE, we need to look at budget, we need to look at schedules. So this is going to be a heavy lift, but it's work that needs to get done. Our child study teams, I'm really excited. I worked with our child study team leaders a lot when I was in the senior director position 6 years ago. And we are really looking to better support our child study teams, as well as leverage them around disproportionality. Given that many students are brought to our child study teams by educators, I think that there is a way to really refocus those teams and better support those teams, so that we also think about who is being evaluated, who's coming forward for special education services. So I see them as a really high leverage piece of the disproportionality work. And then our reimagined enrichment services. So that work will start soon. I'm really excited to meet with the folks who were formerly in the ECS position to get their take on what worked, what didn't. I'd love to talk to families. We're going to get some educators and really think about what is the most effective, efficient, and practical way to support our students who are deemed gifted. So thank you.
All righty, next up we have Casey Noe Miller, our Deputy Superintendent of Student Services.
Great. Thank you, Dr. Guillory. So I've broken up my updates for the start of the year from the different departments that make up OSS, starting with the school counseling department that's led by Dr. Maria Litas. I have to say, with the addition of the adjustment counselors and also with Matt Dubois' position, we have really increased our capacity to better and more deeply serve the social, emotional, and mental health needs of all of our students. It allows our existing school counseling teams to really get into classrooms to work with teachers on that tier 1 universal support level, because it frees them up, because now we have the adjustment counselors to come into schools and help support students via individual and group therapy at the tier 2 and tier 3 levels. So I want to thank the committee again for supporting these positions, both the adjustment counselors and also Matt Dubois' position. He's really done a lot to increase the toolkits, if you will, of our school leaders and our school staff when it comes to easily accessible instructional practices to meet the needs of students social emotionally, and to really begin building relationships between adults and students. And you'll see that trend in this slide here as I give you an update in terms of what the school counseling team, so this includes school counselors, guidance counselors, social
Recording
workers,
in progress.
and adjustment counselors and what they've been doing. So at the K-8 level, the counseling teams have made a concerted effort to connect with students who in the spring, when we last surveyed them, did not identify a safe adult. So making sure that our counselors are targeting these students early on to build that relationship. Adjustment counselors have been in the classrooms to introduce themselves, obviously to staff, but really so that students can learn their new faces and to know when they can go to them. Our K-8 schools are also identifying different affinity groups to form where there is a need, and principals have been supporting with that. At the 9th grade, under Brendan Kobus's leadership during the orientation activities, there's been a real focus with the new students coming to the high school on building relationships between students and staff. During advisory, guidance counselors are also making sure that they're showing up and introducing themselves to these students who are new to the high school. Deans and counselors are also reviewing the 8th grade results and again identifying who those students are who did not endorse a safe adult at the end of their 8th grade year. For our upperclassmen, a lot of work led by Summer Williams. The class assemblies were really focused again on connecting adults to students. The theme, as I'm sure most of you have heard at the high school this year, is "This is hard, you can do it, and we will help you." Again, stressing the importance of relationships between adults and students. We, of course, have new students every year, as we do both domestically and internationally. And so at those orientations, again, stressing connections with adults to make sure that we're off to a strong start. Thank you, Erin. Not to be forgotten, a very integral part of this year as we entered the school year, continuing in the pandemic, led by Tricia Lahem, is our nursing staff. They've been busily setting up their clinics for your typical routine clinic visits from students, but also to have our clinics ready for students who are symptomatic of COVID-19. They are continuing to stress the safety protocols and procedures for both staff and students to ensure folks are feeling safe while we are back in our school buildings. We have the statewide testing program. There's the test and stay. There's also the routine pooled testing that we will be following this year. Of course, there are continued quarantine guidelines, and with that, there's a lot of contact tracing that our nurses are engaging in all hours of the day. And so a lot of gratitude and many thanks to our nurses and to Tricia for leading a lot of this work already. We're in our second week of school, and we are already starting a lot of, not a lot, but we are certainly contact tracing as we identify students who are symptomatic and continuing the work that they did last year. So I'm grateful for all of their hard work and dedication. And of course, starting the year off with staff and student trainings in all of the mitigation strategies that we know work. So continuing to remind students and staff to mask up, to wash their hands frequently, and also, of course, all the ventilation being outside as much as we can. Thank you. And of course, special education as part of the Office of Student Services. You met tonight our two new directors, Carolyn and Samantha, who've really just hit the ground running. So for that, I am grateful. They are just really strong leaders, and I've gotten some great feedback from staff who have already had the chance to work with them. I am fortunate enough to continue working with CPAC with continued strong leadership. Linda Monarch has stepped down as a co-chair, but stepping in her place is equally as strong and collaborative is Connie Clausen. And then, of course, Faith Danthowitz, who continues to serve as an executive board member. So I want to thank them in particular for their collaboration. We have already met a few times to talk about what this year's CPAC meetings will look like. And of course, thank you to Andy Liu, who's been our CPAC liaison in the past year and will continue to be for this year. So thank you, Andy, for your support there and starting our year off strong. I'm happy to report that a majority of the compensatory services that we owed due to missed services during the pandemic last year are nearly complete. We are still hiring some key staff that's holding us up a bit from being able to fulfill all of the services, but we're close, which is huge. So I'm proud of my staff for leading that and organizing a lot of that. Special education staff have already begun their monthly, bi-monthly departmental meetings led by special education directors. I've been attending them also. So our evaluation team leaders, our teaching staff, related service providers have already started the work servicing students and meeting for professional development. We will continue to have virtual IEP meetings. We found great success with that last year. Actually, it allows caregivers to save time on traveling. Folks are becoming pretty proficient with Zooming in, and we do have our electronic IEP signing procedures now in place, and so it's made it pretty seamless. So we'll continue to do that as long as folks request it. Of course, caregivers can continue to come in to our school buildings if that is what they request. So those are the updates coming from OSS.
Awesome. Thank you, Casey. Next, we have Ms. Janae Utaro, our new Senior Director of Equity.
Thank you so much. It's so great to see everyone. Thank you all. So I'm remembering that Summer Williams mentioned that she's been here for 18 years and started in the district at 8. I have been here for 14 years, so I started in the district at 4. I'm really thrilled to be continuing in the district and obviously in this new role after many years at the high school. And so a couple of things that I've sort of collected to share for you all just here on this slide is I started in the role, thank you, Dr. Guillory, on July 1st, and we have been super busy really doing some of that same entry planning thinking, taking time to just listen and relearn this district that I know and love, but with a brand new lens. And so you'll see some of the things that we have begun since July. The first thing is I'm very proud of our new PSB educational equity website. It was a labor of love with Mike Chan, who you met a little bit earlier. Our educators received access to the website, I think it was August 23rd. And this Friday in Dr. Guillory's superintendent update, I will have a little blurb that makes sure that our entire community, our parents and guardians, have access to the website as well. There's a little picture of it there, but there's a great deal on it. And I just took a little snapshot of one section of it. We do an equity in action spotlight every month, and there's a little clip there from FRR. Jen Buller and Kristen Hung and so many of the folks in the PTO and their equity pack there who just used all of last year to have these meetings about equity with students. They're the Florida Rough and Ridley readers, just a dynamic event and occasion. These happened every week with some 30 to 50 students and parents. And so anyways, there's the Equity in Action Spotlight. There's a number of really, really great things on the website. So we're very proud of that. In addition, I had the opportunity again to just do some listening and learning. And so I sort of hit the pavement, and this started in July and has continued even until the last couple of weeks to just meet with administrators, so school leaders, principals, all of the principals, and department, some coordinators, program coordinators, teachers and counselors, and also a number of parent meetings. We have a group that's called CARE, the CARE Coalition. I can talk about that a little bit more a little bit later, but we're working on reinstating a district-wide parent team to really think and talk about the issues that we're facing around equity and some of the inequities that we see. And so many of our conversations were to talk about the good work, what we have to celebrate about our diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts in our schools, and also to name the current realities, the inequities that keep us up at night, the inequities that we need to spend this year continuing to work on. And so those conversations have been great and they're continuing. And so when I think about my first 60 plus days, those 28 meetings have been quite a treat for me and a real learning opportunity. I also had the district paid for, and Michelle will know the answer to this better than me, I think it was about 12 or 13 educators just to attend the SEED New Leader trainings. So SEED stands for Seeking Educational Equity and Diversity. And it's an amazing, very robust and rigorous training experience. It was 2 weeks for me, virtually. And what SEED does is it partners with communities and organizations and school districts to train leaders who can facilitate their peers. So it's train the trainer model, so that we can then come back to our schools and our district and train our peers in conversational communities to drive first personal and then organizational and societal change towards social justice. And it was quite a powerful experience. And so this year, this is all part of our district equity project, we will be running 7 SEED seminars throughout the district. We'll have 3 SEED groups at the high school. We'll have an administrator group, and then we'll have 3 more groups happening in the K-8s. And so these folks who took these trainings, and some of them have been trained from years before, we're all raring to go, super excited to have these SEED seminars, which meet for about 3 hours a month. And there are a number of folks who have signed up to do this work. So we're really excited about that. I'm excited to be able to give back and run a seminar starting at the end of this month. I also was able to participate in a BEF funded advancing equity training that happened at the high school. It was 4 super intensive days, full days of just learning a great deal. We got a treasure trove of resources, and so much of the learnings from that experience, all of us will be able to use in some of the PD trainings that will be rolling out this year. So that's something else from this summer. As Leslie mentioned, I had the opportunity to sort of talk about my priorities for our educational equity this year at the new educator orientation. I've been able to do that with a number of different administrator meetings and faculty meetings to start the year. And I'm super excited about just being able to get that message out there, and so that we're all on the same page about where we're headed this year. It's in strict alignment with Dr. Guillory's district goals around, and he'll get to this a little bit later, so I'm not going to steal this, but definitely about ensuring high quality education, but for all of our students, and strengthening a culture of care. And then finally, of course, eliminating the barriers that so many of our students are facing. So I am just have the pleasure and joy of being able to visit 3 schools per week. I got to spend half day today at the amazing Runkle School with Dr. Asa Sibelius, just visiting classrooms, talking with teachers, meeting with students, just to see and hear about the equity work that they're thinking about, and again, some of the challenges that we're doing. And then I spent the other half of my day at Runkle, the same thing with Ms. Donna Finnegan, who is the principal there. And I also had a great time to just visit in Runkle's BEAT program. So this is part of the joy and the thrill of this work, just being able to get out into the schools and then get to revisit these schools in faculty meetings on Tuesdays. That kind of thing. So the last thing that's on this is just that we are unveiling equity learning teams at the high school and potentially 2 of our K-8 schools. Equity learning teams happen once a month during faculty meetings, and these are literally self-selected groups where educators self-select into study groups where they are literally focusing on specific pieces for the year, whether that's racial literacy or how to navigate ouch moments or culturally responsive pedagogy. We have a number of different streams that they're working on. And so those are beginning in October, and folks are starting to sign up for teams, and just part of the professional development work that's happening in those several schools. We're also offering PD offerings. Not only that, we have a number of different sort of levers for how we're rolling out equity professional development. But one of the things that I'll just share is we're doing Zoom meetings via our Teach Point on Tuesdays and Fridays. And again, there are groups that are meeting on Tuesdays in faculty meetings that I get to go and visit, and just doing a lot of work with other groups, individual teachers and groups that are are in cohort models and working on some of these pieces. So that's my sort of broad overview. There's so much to say, but I thought this could give you some insight into some of the work of the last 60 days and some of the work that's ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Janae. Next, we have Ms. Ty Fluker, our new Director of Human Resources.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. I'm super excited to be here today to share some of our focus areas with the Human Resources Department. Our focus area thus far, boots on the ground, new into this role, has been streamlining our HR practices. Thus far, we've hired 140 plus people into the system for the schools, and that consists both of new hires and people who have position changed. You've met some of them earlier today when we did that earlier in the beginning of the meeting. Some of the things that are important that we've been focusing on are enhancing our onboarding process to decrease time to hire. That's particularly important to make sure, as far as our students are concerned, that we're getting our talented teachers, educators in front of them a lot quicker. So that's why that's one of the focuses. Also moving our processes from paper to electronic platforms. That's been one of our focuses as well, which you can tell has a direct correlation into the amount of hires that we're having to process on a yearly basis. Another focus of mine 30 days into the role was to build the relationship with our town payroll and town HR. This is particularly important because a lot of the hiring processes and they intersect our work. And so building that relationship and making that a focus area is going to ultimately also help our hiring process become more efficient over time. So thank you.
Thank you, Ty. Next up, we have Sam, our amazing admin and finance deputy.
Thank you so much, Linus. And I am just thrilled to be in Brookline. Just a little background. I'm in my 21st year in this role, 20 years in 4 previous districts. And again, just starting in Brookline. Before I get to the bullets, I think what's important to note is I have just had such a wonderful experience and have felt so welcomed and am privileged to work with the people I'm sharing this presentation with. I've had quite an opportunity to work with Casey and Leslie and Janae with respect to, and others in the senior staff, and the feeling of collaboration is not lost on me. It's just been so wonderful, and working with Ty as well, and just, you know, the feeling of team, and I'm just excited with respect to what has been done so far in a short period of time. I've been here working with all of them and others, as well as what we can accomplish for the rest of the school year. So now getting back to the bullets, first and foremost, one of the first items that I had to do here when I arrived was in fairly short order, and I'll speak to that more later on the agenda, is closing the fiscal 21, which represents the 2020-2021 school year, in a fully expended and balanced position. And again, I'll speak more to that later. Very important, when I came to the office, besides overseeing items like areas like human resources, I also oversee facilities, I oversee food service, but within the business office in that area that is in the 5th floor, there were 2 vacant positions, one of which is a payroll specialist. And clearly that's an important position to be filled. And so that was made a priority. And I'm very pleased to report with the help of Ty and others, we had a rigorous interview process where we were able to select an outstanding candidate who has 15 years of experience doing this work in a district as large or a little bigger than Brookline with respect to number of employees. And she can't start soon enough. Her name is Melissa Souza, but she's starting on the 27th, and that will just increase our capacity with respect to processing of payroll much more timely to support all the people that we're hiring in Ty's office. That was a big lift that we got taken care of. As Linus had indicated, and I think others, we had an off-site meeting, a retreat at Boston University with 70 or so people. At that point, it was just wonderful to meet everybody. There was a lot of excitement in the room, and it gave me an opportunity to present, expectations that are shared, that everybody is, I believe, bought into, that will, and also as part of that, giving people information that identified what their budgets were, where their budgets were, and how to manage those in a collaborative way. And subsequent to that, I worked with Leslie and her curriculum coordinators. And again, I can't say enough to how wonderful Leslie's been to work with, and along with Michelle Herman and Gabe and everybody. And again, that was a very productive meeting. Next week, I'm meeting with principals in a similar way to, again, collaborate on what their budgets are and how with each other best manage how to best utilize those resources. Next, I've met with OpenGov, and that'll speak to later in the presentation as well. I'm going to show an OpenGov document for 22, which is the baseline of where we are this year, but worked with them as that is the platform to take what we have in our accounting system that's Munis and then push that out to the community so that people better understand in I would say layman's terms, what our budget is about, what it supports, what it hopes to accomplish with goals, so that everybody knows that every dollar that is spent wisely and effectively, and utilizing the OpenGov platform to its maximum potential so that it becomes, the budget process is as seamless and intuitive as possible. And that's my goal for F23 and OpenGov. I've had several meetings along with Donna Chisholm in my office, who's been wonderful. And we're all on the same page and working on a timeline to make this happen. I've worked with various point of sale platforms for revenue producing centers. Specifically, I've had meetings around culinary with a software called Toast for our vocational program in the STEM building. And that has been that with Britt, and that has been Britt Stevens, I believe, and that has been wonderful. And I've been working collaboratively with the town purchasing department, and that is going to be an exciting program, and looking to do that with other POS platforms, with other user fees, again, to make it more user friendly, make it more intuitive, and to better meet the needs of our community. And then I spoke, I guess it was the last bullet, but I mentioned meeting with principals next week as a cohort to review this year's budgets in a similar way, in a more personal way than in a function room with 70 people from a podium. And so much like I did with Leslie and her team, that was, a much more intimate and productive way to meet, to go over particular budgets with particular cost centers. And again, I'm just so excited to work in public schools of Brookline, and look forward to being able to present to the school committee about how we're meeting the goals that I've begun to talk about here.
Thank you very much, Sam. And our last slide here is, I think Janae referenced this, sort of the theme that we've ascribed to the year: supporting and guiding our students to future success, ensuring a high quality education, strengthening a culture of care, and eliminating barriers. And this is happening to be one of my favorite photos of the opening days of schools. This is Alana over at, I think, the Beat Lynch Center. And I imposed myself on her game, her center, play center that she was in with another friend. And she was ordering pizza. And so I said, well, I want a telephone. I want to order some pizza. And so Alana had her back to me. She turned around and said, no, you can't have any pizza. And so we went back and forth. And so it was a great experience, certainly, to visit all of our schools in the opening days and certainly interact with our students. And with that, that concludes the presentation from the senior team. Certainly want to thank all of our members, and certainly thank you to Aaron as well, who helped coordinate and pull this together for us. And so this school committee is our dynamic and amazing senior leadership team, and we look forward to supporting the students and families here in Brookline, as well as making sure our staff have what they need to do greater things for our students.
Well, thank you, Linus, and thank you all. That was a lot to think about. You certainly are busy. You have been busy. You are busy now, and you will continue to be very busy, but we do appreciate the work. I would guess that there are some comments from some of our members. So why don't you just raise your hand and I will call on you, and we'll see what we have on our mind. Mariah.
I just wanted to say, wow, it's so much that you're working on. And this past year, you know, I joined school committee in June of 2020, and our poor central office last year was understaffed and had so much to do. And to see the power of what a fully staffed central office can do is really exciting. And I'm looking forward to hearing more about these different initiatives that are going on. Leslie, I was really excited, the 4 things that you mentioned, which now I probably can't reproduce, but the middle school, the
Time on learning.
Yep, time on learning, right. The 4 things, they were 4, and I was like, those are such great 4 topics to think about. So I'm very excited about that, but just everyone, I mean, it's really wonderful to hear all these things. So thank you.
Jennifer, did you have your hand up? And then Stephen?
Oh, can I make one more comment? I just wanted to say one more last thing I forgot. It was wonderful to hear the central office comments, and I wonder if there'll be opportunities to hear from building leaders in later sessions like this, Linus, and sort of this nice detail, if that's a chance to do something like that.
We can certainly put it on our radar.
Thanks.
Jennifer, and then Stephen.
Actually, I think I'm going to be very brief because Mariah got to a lot of what I was going to say. I'm so excited. This was a lot of information. It was very well presented. It was very compact, and it conveyed a lot of information. Clearly, so much work was done this summer, which is so exciting. A lot of these things have sort of been circling for a while, and I feel like there's forward progress, and it's so exciting. So I'm just really grateful to everyone's hard work this summer and moving a lot of these things forward, and just getting things organized and wrapping minds around projects and direction is really exciting. So I just want to express my enthusiasm. I have tons of notes I wrote down as I was thinking. I need time to process everything you just told me. So thank you so much.
Stephen?
Thanks, Suzanne. I just want to echo the positive comments that Mariah and Jennifer made. I also just want to say, I especially appreciate how much evident thought you put into the actual structure of this presentation. You really presented a lot of information, but in a way that seemed to really hit the main points and was fairly easy to digest as someone listening to all these. I know we'll have the opportunity to go into depth at different school committee meetings over the year with all of you, hopefully. But I wanted to ask, I just wanted to say, first of all, how thrilled I am, Janae, that your position is being filled by you. And I also wanted to ask, just to invite you to say a bit more perhaps on the equity learning teams. Are we bringing in people from outside the district to conduct PD? Are we mobilizing existing experts? Could you just provide just a bit more detail on this? It seems like one of the first major new equity initiatives by the district that we've undertaken in quite some time. So I'd love to know just a bit more about it.
Sure, Stephen, I can, and thank you so much, Mariah and Jennifer and Stephen, for your comments. Yes, so equity learning teams are basically a model that we've used before in not only the high school, but in other schools. Is just a way of putting, it's almost like professional learning communities where you're taking small groups of educators and having them pursue an area of focus for the course of the year. And so that'll happen on Tuesdays during our contractual Tuesday meeting time in lieu of a faculty meeting. This year at Brookline High School, potentially at the Runkle School, and possibly at the Driscoll School. Certainly the high school is kicking it off. The focus will only be on equity topics. So as I mentioned, we'll have book groups that are focused on Brene Myers's What If I Say the Wrong Thing? That's one group. And everyday anti-racism. We'll have another group, for example, that's again focused on culturally responsive pedagogy, where they will study the work of the leaders in the field, Zaretta Hammond being our primary leader, and then we'll go and observe, they'll apply some of the strategies that they've learned and observe one another in their classrooms and come back and report. That's another group. We actually have some affinity groups. We have some racial affinity groups for staff that are focused on self-care, and then thinking about what those self-care, that sort of embodied mindfulness and embodied self-care looks like for the educators, and then how they can share that with students. So much of the focus, and there's basically 8 major categories of this work. So much of the idea of the equity learning, that we're working on a learning culture, and so much of what Casey and Leslie have talked about is how can we have a robust and joyful learning culture among our educators, but then how do we take that work and pivot it to what we're seeing directly in our work with kids? So whether that's in the classroom, whether that's in our spaces as counselors, whatever the case may be, every educator is signed up and working on these teams. And then there's ways of sharing out that work, but then the direct application to our work with students, so that the students who've been dying for us to do this learning can see what that learning looks like in real time. So that's sort of, and I can go into much greater detail about what the paths of study are, but hopefully that kind of gives you a sense.
Thank you.
We have had PLC type groups before. It's just that this year they're exclusively focused, and this is just one arm of the professional development, but this makes sure that educators are having something consistent every single month, in addition to some of the other pieces.
And it's for interested educators to join in, or
all educators, all Unit A and Unit B educators, because that's part of their contract, are participating in these. We've had a number of paraprofessionals help us design some of the work right now that they're not required, obviously, to attend. But no, yes, every educator, just as every educator attends faculty meetings, this is in lieu of a faculty meeting or a department meeting.
Thank you.
Yes.
Helen.
Well, I want to thank you all for your fantastic presentations, each and every one of you. But I really want to give a shout out to Ty, because I am so impressed that you are getting, welcoming our new staff in a way that's appropriate and reflects well on Brookline. I can't tell you how many times I've heard from either, administrators or from new hires, this process takes forever. I'm not getting my paycheck, and all these things that are fixable, and you're tackling it straight on. So thank you.
Thank you for your kind words. I appreciate it.
Any other words or thoughts? Yeah, Susan?
So I won't echo all of the thank yous except to say thank you. It's so great to have all of you. Just as Mariah started us out with, in the saddle, sort of cantering, galloping along. It's incredible. One question, which I guess is more for school committee as much as anything else, is, you know, over the summer, before all of you existed in this form, normally in the summer we will try to align school committee work to the work of the district, so that our agendas for our subcommittee meetings line up with sort of the cadence of the work that the district is doing. And so when policies need to be enacted or the new set of learning expectations has to be voted, we're kind of ready and in sync in terms of timing. So I guess it's sort of more of a, I don't know if I need an answer right this minute, but I think it'd be really helpful to, since we didn't get a chance to do that work this summer for a whole variety of reasons, it'd be helpful to kind of think about when is the right time to align sort of all of the incredible work that's happening in the buildings and in central office with the, you know, priorities and agenda of the school committee work. I think the worst case scenario is that the school committee is doing other stuff, or and that somehow you know, pulling in a different direction. So I would just put back on the table, to whatever extent we can sort of take what you all just presented, which I think is largely consistent, if not entirely consistent with everything we've talked about, and just make sure that the timing syncs up for us, so that, you know, you have what you need from us at the right time. So I think that would be great.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'll jump in just for a minute on that, Susan, that each one has worked closely with one of our subcommittees and our subcommittee chairs. And so that's one way where we really make sure we have that connection. And then the other is that we have the workshop coming up in October, and that would be a good time for us as a school committee to think about what we learned tonight and working with Dr. Guillory, think about how our work then will reflect and support the work of central office. So I think that that's a really good point, and we really need to do that. And I think we will. Yeah. Any other comments or questions or thoughts? Yeah, Stephen.
Sorry, just really briefly, I know the next item on our agenda, Suzanne, deals with COVID, but I want to ask you, Suzanne, if the administration is going to be participating fully in those discussions, or whether we might use this agenda item to ask the administration for an update on COVID and PSB. I'm really asking what you think would be more suitable to discuss it in the next item, or to take a moment during the department updates to discuss it.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have, I mean, we are going to go next into some possible votes on COVID, right? On some of the things.
I guess I would just like to hear from the administration if there's any information you'd like to share with the school committee or the broader public at this moment about COVID and how it's affected school opening.
I think so. Certainly at this point, we have COVID is impacting us just as it is everyone else. So that's not a denial. We've certainly had cases that have popped up and close contacts and those types of things. And so our team is certainly working through those aspects. So what you are seeing in the greater population, we're also seeing in the schools, and we're certainly looking to get the dashboards and those types of things up and running. So we'll have a solid sense of where we stand and what it's looking like. And those types of things will get tighter as we get better with our processes. I think the Test and Stay program, I think, is officially going to launch next week. And so we'll be getting better, more reliable data, not to say that it's not at this point, but we'll have sort of a system, a direct funnel on where that information is going through so that it can be reported out in a timely fashion. And also, I think there have been a number of, I think, Casey, you've attended a number of the DESE seminars, and I think there's another one tomorrow pertaining to COVID. Actually, I think there was one today, but there may be another one tomorrow to actually give some greater guidance on what the state is also expecting us to share out and report as well.
Thank you, Dr. Guillory.
And then, Stephen, some of this will come up in our next discussions on two statements from policy. So this isn't the end of that. This is kind of the beginning of that. Okay, before we move on to the discussion on possible votes, I do just want to say that we skipped public comment because no one signed up this week. So it wasn't an oversight. We didn't have, people are involved and busy and engaged in getting their children in schools. And so anyway, no one signed up, so that's fine. So I think we will move, we may need some of the central staff to help us with the next section if they can hang around for a bit. David, are you going to help us with the next section on both the vaccination policy and the statement on learning?
Yes, so we have a couple items to review. Yesterday at the policy subcommittee, we considered a policy that would mandate vaccines for COVID-19 for our educators and staff and other employees, with subject to some exemptions that are recognized by state and federal law, such as medical and religious. And then in addition to that, we also discussed a possible school committee statement where we would be expressing our desire for students who are absent for COVID-19 related reasons to remain actively involved in academic activities. The subcommittee referred both of the most recent versions that you have to the full school committee by 4-0 votes. However, I do understand that a lot of people still have some questions and that we may be making some additional tweaks.
So David, can we do them one at a time? Can we look at the vaccination policy first? And can you share that, the latest?
Let me try to pull that up. Andy, actually, do you have the copy handy with the most recent edits that we're just going over? I had it in an email, but I'm not sure I downloaded it.
I actually haven't downloaded it either. I've only ever looked at it.
David, do you want me to pull it up? I have it open.
Sure, that'd be helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay. Can you see it?
A little bit difficult to read, but yes, I can do it.
Okay.
For those of us who are visually challenged and maybe the audience at home, could you make it a little larger? Thank you. Oh, so much better.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so as you can see from the edits, this most recent version that we have up right now was reviewed by our labor attorney who helped fine-tune the policy. And this policy is modeled off of one that was recently approved by the Newton School Committee. And it's in accordance with the governor's recent executive orders. Do any school committee members have questions about this policy? You all should have received it by email, granted only maybe within about a couple hours ago.
I mean, just to let the public know, and maybe members of the school committee, there was a lengthy conversation yesterday in policy committee about this. So there has been a lot of input from school committee. I think Tricia Laham was at the meeting.
That's right. We had 7 school committee members present at various times. We also had several staff members from the Office of Teaching and Learning, from the Office of Student Services, from the Office of School Health Services. So there was a lot of input that went into this draft. And essentially, as some of you can see, at least in part of the policy, for those in the public, it mandates COVID-19 vaccines to all employees and staff unless exempted for medical or religious reasons. And as for those who would have approved exemptions, they would need to submit weekly COVID-19 viral tests and at least at least one of those would need to be a PCR molecular test in a clinical setting. As for the date by which our educators and staff would need to provide proof of full vaccination, that is November 1st. And testing would start the very first Monday after implementation of this policy. So if we were to vote on this tonight, that means that starting next Monday, we would need to be receiving tests from those who cannot confirm their vaccination status.
David, one question, when we talk about on-site vendors, I think it's very helpful to say that these are these are the ones that we primarily have in mind. I mean, given that we have 2 active building projects where there are workers associated with, they have their own COVID protocols, they have their own things. I think we should probably have conversations with each of those owners, project managers, and construction managers, just to kind of make sure that we feel comfortable with whatever their protocol is, because we're already under contract with them about that. So I don't think that on-site vendors applies to them, because I might, from what I'm reading, but I would just suggest that after we do this, that we do have a conversation with those 2 building projects in particular, and that we make sure that we feel comfortable with their policies, and if we have to renegotiate anything, that we do that. I mean, similarly, the building department has people coming in and out of our buildings all the time doing maintenance and whatnot. And so I just think that I think this works. I don't think we need to change this. I just think that once we do this, I think we have to have those other conversations as well.
Okay. Ellen, see that you have a question.
Yeah, the policy is good. I'm very pleased with it, very pleased that we've, we're going to be voting this tonight. The only question I have, and this is a question for Taisha, because I assume you're going to be doing the documentation of this. Well, I'm not sure. I guess the question, I worry that if we say it's, the first Monday after the implementation of this policy, will we be set up to know who has been vaccinated, who needs to get, I mean, how will that
Thank you, Helen, for raising that. So should this be voted in, one of the things that will be created is a platform for staff to upload their vaccination certificates.
all electronically?
Electronically, I would definitely set it up electronically so that I can house it in one location, so that my team would have access to it should questions come through, or like we need to navigate and do work from it in a confidential manner, of course. The other piece of this is actually the lift of I'm trying to read it too. Someone mentioned visually challenged, and I'm like this close to my computer just trying to read and make sure thank you, whoever's doing that.
It was
right
me that mentioned the visually challenged.
Thank you. I was trying, before I speak on, I just wanted to make sure that I saw it correctly. One moment.
Well, there's 3 weekly viral tests. Is that the part you're talking about?
Yes. So that recording that and tracking that, I'm going to be transparent about the staffing. So there's a piece that needs to be thought through. So yes, I understand, and thank you for highlighting that if this is to be voted in to start Monday, that is going to be a lift to try to put something together for that, and just trying to strategize and see the best course of action on how to deliver upon that, because I think it's important to be able to have the follow through to a policy like this.
This might be a question for panel 4 tomorrow, their meeting, how they do it in other institutions.
I think Dave Ashok is on the,
I saw that, yeah.
yeah. So Dave, thank you for being here. Is there anything you want to add or tell us about?
Pleasure to be here. It provided some input from Panel 4 members individually that yesterday to the subcommittee that was reflected, I think, the sense of a significant majority of members, even though we didn't have a formal committee meeting and vote. This is just individual feedback, but I think that the policy as it stands now captures that the feedback that I've received from other Panel 4 members quite well. I think the frequency of testing for those who are either medically or religiously exempt from the requirement or who need some lead time to obtain full vaccination is important. And we had recommended that it be multiple times a week because of the current understanding of the timeline from potential exposure to potential contagiousness now that Delta is the ubiquitous variant going around here and elsewhere. I think I'm not sure I have anything helpful to say on the logistics front that Taisha and Helen very understandably raised. I think that I certainly can solicit input from Panel 4 to see if anyone has solutions, but it's going to be a logistical lift, and I think that was one of our reasons in recommending that the test out exceptions be significantly narrowed as they were. This is important to do. There's no magic to this Monday versus, as soon as feasible to getting it done. The sooner is obviously the better to get the testing piece in place. Monday's not any more risky than, today or tomorrow is. And so I'm not sure I think it's important to not leave this until November to start requiring testing. But the difference from our perspective between Monday versus midweek versus end of the week versus even the following Monday is probably fairly small. I think just the sooner the better whenever the operational logistics are feasible.
Yeah, thank you. David, could we do that? Could we put it off 1 week to get Ty and her people a chance? Oops, you're on mute, David.
Yes, I think that would be fine. I do want to note, if Mariah, if you don't mind scrolling back up toward the top, that there is mention that the Office of the Coordinator of School Health Services or entities designated by the office. So this is not necessarily going to have to be processed through any one particular person. And my expectation is that as this is a policy, there will be procedures that are drawn up from this policy, which is sort of the overarching theme of what we want to accomplish, and then the procedures to implement it. And in those procedures, it would be spelled out in greater detail precisely how it is that the district wants to handle the receipt of these screens. I do understand, though, that realistically it'll take more than a couple days to arrive at those procedures. So I can see putting off the date for when tests will start coming in to something that would allow some more contemplation by the district for how it wants to proceed there. And I also want to note that there was a recent survey, we were told at the policy meeting yesterday, indicating that the vast majority of the staff is vaccinated. So hopefully the volume of tests we would be seeing would be quite low and manageable. But of course, we don't know that quite yet.
David, I think with the survey that was done, it's the vast majority of, I think, district respondents. Right. So I don't know what the latest update on that was, but I think it was, at the time when I checked on it, it was around 700 to 800 of our district had responded to that in that sense. And so, we could take the gamble and say that's a representative sample size, but we don't have, all in that. But that's a good chunk of our staff.
Yeah, Andy?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure we have a common understanding of the date of implementation. So what I understand by it is that if we pass this policy, it goes into effect immediately for non-unionized employees. And for unionized employees, it only goes into effect after we've satisfied our bargaining obligations. Right? So initially, the people who have to satisfy all of these requirements is going to be non-aligned, which is a relatively small chunk of our staff.
Right, that is a very good point, Andy. And this policy does explicitly mention that there will be consultation with the unions around implementation.
David, are you ready to move this as a policy?
I believe so, yes. I would like to move that we approve the PSB staff COVID-19 vaccination policy.
Sorry, David, is that pending a date change?
Well, it sounds like from what Andy said, and I agree with his reasoning, that implementation doesn't occur until after there's been consultation, further consultation, because there already have been conversations that have taken place after consultation with the unions.
Implementation for the unionized employees. It's immediate for the non-unionized ones. So I think Stephen's point is still important here. Do we want to push back the initial implementation for the...
Can I ask Taisha if volume matters here? If it's originally just the non-unionized employees, would that be something that could be handled soonest, or is it just setting up a system at all that's going to require some time?
I think it will be helpful to have the opportunity to think through and process and not have an implementation as quick as the 13th, but midweek, definitely the 20th, would be able to commit to having something available and ready to go. I don't want to, obviously nothing is perfect, but I would like the time to be able to devote and make sure that I'm able to strategize and have something put together that's well. And I think that's pretty reasonable, the 20th instead of the 13th.
All right, so we like to make that edit, that it's September 20th is the effective date?
Or shall we say second Monday after instead of first Monday after?
Sure, second Monday after.
That will then apply to whenever the unionized employees become subject to it.
Okay.
Well, I'm not, sorry, it seems that those are potentially two different questions. I mean, I think the question of giving Ty the time that she needs to set up a process makes sense. I guess I would, given that number one, there's just tremendous urgency around this, and also the fact that there is lead time involved in people who potentially haven't gotten vaccinated and as a result of this choose to get vaccinated, between then and the fact that it takes time for them to be fully immunized and safe for our children, especially the ones who are not eligible for vaccination. It just seems that I absolutely understand the point Helen and Ty were making, but I'm not sure we need to extend past that. That's all.
But Susan, they have until November anyway. That's in the thing, isn't it? Down here.
Yeah.
They have to, so the date is the date by which people need to start submitting the viral test, but being vaccinated, you have until November 1st anyway.
I understand. I just wouldn't want further delay to be able to push that out. That's what I'm trying to get at, because of that lead time. That's all.
I didn't get a chance to ask one other question. Can I ask my?
Go right ahead, Mara.
Okay. My question is, to be clear, for people who aren't vaccinated by November 1st and don't have an approved medical and religious exemption, what happens?
David, don't we have something in there about discipline or something like that? Or did we take that out?
I don't think there's any explicit mention of that, but we do say it's a condition of employment. We lead off with that in the first paragraph.
So I think HR will develop the procedures and processes that to implement this, right? So we've stated that it's a condition of employment. How they manage that is probably not to be written into the policy.
Thank you.
Do we figure out the date thing, David, or no?
Yeah, we decided to push it back by 1 week, correct?
So we said September 20th. Is that what we said?
Right, it sounded, I'm not sure if Susan was okay with that. Susan, are you okay with September 20th?
September 20th is fine. I just don't want to push it out as the second Monday after. I think that was the part that I was getting confused about. The September 20th is fine.
Those are the same things though.
Well, not
right?
necessarily, because if for some reason it were to get done until some Monday in December, that is 2 Mondays after that December.
But aren't we voting it tonight? Isn't it 2 Mondays from when we vote it?
No, it's about implementation. And as I was saying, implementation will occur on different dates for different employees, depending on whether they're unionized and how the negotiations go.
Right, and I'm happy to give the administrative time we need to do it right and protect people's privacy and protect their health information and all that sort of thing. You don't want to roll something out and have it be disastrous. At the same time, I don't, given that that's going to take a week, we don't need to keep giving that same week over and over and over again. Once it's set up, it's set up. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah.
So I'm with Dave. I'm just trying to reinforce what David said. They could be two different things. That's all.
Rather than saying the second Monday, why don't we say by September 20th?
Right, I think that's what we landed on.
Is that what you said? Oh, okay, I didn't hear that.
All right, so by September 20th will be the new language there. Any other suggested changes?
Okay, so not seeing any. David, you've moved it, right, with the September 20th date. Do I have a second to the motion? Thank you, Stephen. We will take a vote if we're ready. Andy?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, Andy.
Yeah, so now that we've passed the policy, I'd like to introduce another motion if I could, which I will read in order to make sure that I get the wording right. So I move to authorize the chair to provide notice of the committee's vaccine mandate policy to our unions, the BEU and ASCME, since implementation of this policy for employees represented by a union is subject to the committee satisfying its bargaining obligations under Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 150E. So that's my motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
Sorry, before it's seconded, just to make sure I fully understand this. This means that this does not go into effect for unionized employees until we've satisfied our bargaining obligation with the BEU.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Andy.
And AFSCME.
And AFSCME.
Jennifer, did you second it? I thought I saw your hand.
Yes, I will second.
Thank you. Thank you. Other conversation, questions, concerns? Susan?
Just one question on that. I mean, I know that with our union partners, there are many concurrent conversations going on. And I'm wondering, Andy, if potentially friendly amendment, if we can say something about, this does not necessarily need to be held up by all the other things going on. There are MOA negotiations, there are all kinds of other things. And it just seems to me that, again, given the urgency that I'm hearing from this committee, from the community, I'm wondering if we can, I don't know, fast track this one or just make it clear that given the urgency and given some of the timing and delay implications of, of just the vaccine taking effect, can we sort of give guidance to the chair that we separate this out and fast track this? And I for everything I've heard from the BEU, by the way, or I guess union, the sort of teachers unions in general, is that a lot of support for vaccine mandates. So I shouldn't say I've not heard that from the BEU. I've heard that from unions in general over the course of public the Globe and the Times. So
I would
if others are
certainly,
supportive, can we kind of
appreciate guidance from the
support that?
committee. Yeah, if the idea were that we should be negotiating over a clean vaccine mandate rather than a larger package, then however you want to formulate such an amendment would be, I think, fine with me.
But I think if we're just authorizing the chair, I'm just wondering if there's language around authorizing the chair to focus on this issue and fast tracking it, even as those other issues need their time or whatever to roll forward.
Yeah, I think we could do that. Andy's the chair of the negotiations subcommittee. I'm the chair of the school committee. Between the two of us, I think we could put that forward. Andy, do you?
Sure. Do we need to word it formally as an amendment to the motion, or will this take it as instruction from the school committee?
I think we can take it as instruction. Can you live with that, Susan, or no?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say we could probably just add a few words that said, that we're directing the chair to do this and, fast track this specific issue, regardless of other issues that are currently under negotiation.
All right.
You got that, Andy?
I'm not sure I've got the exact wording, but I've got the meaning.
The meaning, okay. Do we have a second to that addition?
Second.
Okay, thanks. Any other conversation before we take a vote? Okay, here we go. Andy?
Yes.
Val?
Yes.
Susan?
Yes.
Stephen?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Mariah?
Yes.
Helen?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. Okay, thank you very much. Should we go to the second one, which is not a policy change, but a statement on learning? David, you want to take that?
Yes, so there were some school committee members as well as members of the community who expressed interest in having a statement of support for our students receiving the opportunity to connect and be part of the learning community on days when they are unable to physically be in the building due to COVID-19 related concerns, whether that be because the students are experiencing symptoms of COVID-19, in which case we would want to encourage them to stay home rather than risk transmitting it to their peers, their educators, and other staff, whether it's because they are in quarantine protocols due to being a close contact, or whether it's because they tested positive and they need to be out for an extended period of time. We had multiple different versions of what this statement might look like. There was one version that was drawn up that resembles closely the one that's before you for consideration today. There was another one that was primarily edited by staff. Some components of the staff edited version were integrated into the one that's before us this evening. So Mariah, if you don't mind pulling up the most recent one for us.
I do not mind.
Thank you.
I'm going to put up the PDF that was in the packet just to be sure that I have the right one. Okay. How's that for size?
It's very good. Thank you. Similar to the policy that we just covered, at various times, there were as many as 7 school committee members present and a lot of staff members present for discussion of this statement. I do want to underline this is a statement for the school committee. It's not a policy. So that's obviously a significant difference. Does anyone have a question or a comment?
Stephen
Yeah.
does. Stephen, go ahead.
So David, I think the statement is strong. My I have no concerns about the statement, but this ties to why I was wanting to bring this up prior to the policy discussion. I think I would be interested in something stronger than this statement, whereby the administration could help us understand some of the options available to them to start to bring learning experiences to students quarantining. I know panel 3 made several recommendations around this topic. I'm not requesting that we have this conversation right now, but given the fact that there already have been diagnosed COVID cases in school right after opening, and given the fact that kids will be quarantining for lengths of time, this also seems to me to be an urgent issue. So I guess this is just my statement saying that I hope this is accompanied by some prioritized effort on the administration's part to consider the range of options available to PSB to provide learning experiences to students quarantining from COVID.
So what I can assure you on that is our staff have been working extremely hard on this, to the point that there was a draft that was circulating among staff that I had access to as well, where different people were coming up with proposed edits from starting as early as 5 o'clock in the morning and up until really late at night. So a lot of people are very hard at work on this, and I'm quite confident that our staff knows that this is a priority of the school committees, as well as the general public and our educators, really for everyone.
Thanks, David. This might likewise merit some further communications from the school committee to the broader Brookline community.
Andy?
Andy, yeah.
Yeah, I'm slightly worried that some of the wording here might seem to be promising like a degree of synchronous or interactive remote instruction that we may realistically not be able to guarantee. I wonder if some of the staff present would want to, this may be a hang up of mine and it's really not an issue, but this is certainly a chance to discuss if it is. I think we can probably make some changes. I would hate to overpromise.
I can jump in there. I think I have the same thought as Andy. I just want to be realistic, and I don't want to overpromise to families. I think we're all really understanding the DESE language. So one of the things that one task I had to get clarity on was just around marking students present and what a half days of instruction entailed. And it actually does mean that a student is virtually able to attend a class for half a day, for at least half a day. And so I have some concerns about how developmentally appropriate that may or may not be for our youngest learners. I think thinking about this, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday, I think it's important to think about this in the context of grade level bands. What's appropriate for a kindergarten to second grader is very different for what is appropriate for a high school student. And so I think that needs to be considered. I think it needs to be considered what might need to be bargained that is outlined here. And then also, I think what's first and foremost on my mind, just having my school leader hat on from my time at Pierce, is, our educators, this is their first time, well, in the past, when they were having virtual instruction as well as teaching the youngsters in front of them, they had a hybrid class. They had half the class. We're now talking about teachers having a full class of students. And what does that mean when they have a full class of students in front of them? And then also trying to instruct students virtually. I think that really needs to be considered. And I think that we need to open up a conversation with educators just to hear how things are going and what they're able to do and do well. I would hate to put something in practice that is not going to be accessible to students and further frustrate students and or families. I want whatever we're providing to be of quality.
So,
yeah, Val.
Okay. So I was on the policy subcommittee meeting last night, and we went, back and forth on this several times. And I guess from my perspective, there is a statement in there about pedagogically practicable and extent feasible or possible. So that's really where I land on this, is that it's what we're aspiring to do, right? We're gonna do the best that we can, and to me, it is a statement of the school committee that we're gonna do the best that we can with the resources that we have for our students, given the grade bands, given the tools that we have available, or that we may have available. And then the second piece of this is that we don't know what marked present means, quite frankly, or I guess, Leslie, you just found out what it means through DESE. And so that's why that language, if this is consistent, thank you, Andy Lou, for that edit yesterday with DESE. So I do see this as a statement that we want to make sure that we are encouraging students who are not feeling well to stay home, and that we're going to give them a quality education as much as feasible. I understand that there are perhaps implementation pieces that need to then be worked out. I just don't know that it belongs in our statement.
Yeah, Jennifer.
I actually share similar concerns that Andy and Leslie brought up. And I think one of the things that I'm just thinking about, and I just don't, I think I'd like to hear more information about maybe the feasibility of implementing some of these things. I think things like LMS is easier, something that people were doing last year. I think balancing Zoom, the accessing learning remotely via Zoom in a full classroom, I guess I'm just having trouble seeing how that is going to work so that students can engage in a meaningful way. I'm a little concerned about putting the via Zoom in there. There's sort of what's appropriate for different age groups and grade bands, and I get that. I don't know. I don't want to promise things that we can't do. And if we're making a statement, and I think it's a strong statement, I just don't know that we need to put in so many specifics. I don't know. I'd love to hear from, I think we did hear a little bit from staff that I'm not sure that they know exactly how that will all work out. And now that we know that it has to be virtually attending to mark someone, that means they'd have to be able to access it virtually for half a day. And can we do that? Like, can we produce that? I just don't want to disappoint people and say we can do something that we can't. That's my concern.
Stephen?
Yeah, I just want to say that I don't share these concerns, but if Jennifer, Andy, and Leslie have them, surely a large percentage of the Brookline community will have the same reaction. So may I propose, as a measure between Val's comment and the concerns raised, just removing all the specificity. So we could just to say quarantine protocols, the ability to access virtual learning to the greatest extent pedagogically possible. If the specificities is going to cause people to wonder about the viability of specific learning technologies, then they're not helpful to a statement. That's my proposal.
Yeah, I could actually live with that, Stephen, because I don't feel like we really know the specifics yet, so it's hard to put them in a statement. Could we do that? Who else has a thought about that?
Yeah, I'm not sure I completely understand the concern given the wording of as much as practicable. So I think these are examples of different ways to conduct education in a remote fashion. And I think it says to the greatest extent possible and pedagogically practicable, which I'm sort of going back to, Leslie, something you said yesterday as well, which is that, teachers are, in a normal year, if a student is out for a week, teachers are responsible for their classes. They're responsible for making sure their kids, get the homework that they missed, or if they missed lectures, they're responsible for their classes. And so it just seems to me like this isn't a change in, I don't know, this doesn't seem like that much of a change. I definitely understand that it could be as much of a change. If we're asking, if somebody has in mind, if they read this and they have in mind that there's going to be a whole second shift going on or a whole new curriculum set up just for their kid. I mean, no, we're not, I don't think anyone's envisioning that, but I guess I'm not sure I understand what in the language is setting off the concern that someone's going to read it and say, but my kid didn't get this. It feels to me like we're saying it's about streamlined communication. It's about the greatest extent possible. It's pedagogically practicable. Like, I feel like we're giving all those.
And Leslie, then Jennifer.
Yeah, so I agree with that piece, Susan, but I think that it puts our educators in a really tricky place if for whatever reason they cannot do a piece of this, right? So I'm going to take Zooming, for instance. Even thinking about a classroom and thinking about when you have a full classroom of children, what if you have a child that is struggling in the classroom and needs additional support, whatever the issue might be, but then you also have a child that's quarantining and you're responsible for having a Zoom setup. How does a teacher navigate that? And if they are struggling to navigate that, the position that puts them in explaining to a family why they may not be Zooming. And in terms of being marked present, they would basically have to be, in the classroom virtually. And so again, thinking about our youngest learners, maybe it's different at the high school level, but I just think that's a lot to balance, and it's a lot to put on an educator to explain some of the intricacies as to why this may be difficult. I personally don't think it's about lack of desire on the part of our educators. I think it really is about implementation and what's feasible, and the fact that they are responsible also for the however many children are in front of them in that moment. And that in itself is a heavy lift. And I've seen our educators, do marvelous things in terms of keeping children updated when they have to be out, making sure that they're continuing to learn. But I think maybe it is the specifics that kind of lock them into a particular way of having to do things that just might be difficult. And I think, one of the other things we could consider that we did talk about a little bit yesterday was really incentivizing students to stay home when they're sick by thinking about how we talk about absences, right? So in the past, I know I've sent plenty of attendance letters saying, we need you to be here, we expect you to be here, time on learning is important. And so how do we also convey the message of that is important, but your health is more important, and it is okay to be home. And I know part of that is making sure that students stay up to date. But maybe it's some of the specificity here that's making me just a little bit weary.
Can I just follow up on that? Because it seems to me that the learning management systems, pre-K2, Seesaw, 3.5 Google Classroom, 6.8 Canvas, 6.12 Canvas, that is the expectation. That has nothing to do with COVID. The expectation is that every educator in our district is using learning management systems that are grade band appropriate. So it seems to me that that other technological platforms clause is true regardless of anything else. They need to be doing that. So I guess that's where, to me, the specificity is just maybe it's the Zoom piece that I definitely hear you on that, but the rest of that clause is something they're supposed to be doing anyway. So that's I think where I was getting a little confused.
Okay, so I have Jennifer and Mariah and David and Val. So we got lots of people who want to say something. Go ahead, Jennifer.
I will be brief. I wanted to say two things. That my reaction reading this as a parent, I think that I would assume that Zoom is included, and that is something that I would get, and that would have to be, even though we say we're doing this as to the greatest extent possible, it would be, we're going to do Zoom as much as it's the greatest extent possible, not if it's not that it might not be a possibility at all. I do think the language focuses on that. The other thing is that I do think there's one difference when a student is absent and they get makeup work, that makeup work is provided. It's not provided at the same exact time as the teacher is teaching. And so when a student is not able to be, they have to quarantine, for example, that makeup work would have to be provided in real time, as opposed to the teacher collects that work and provides that material. So to me, there is a difference. And to me, I'm much more comfortable with the learning management systems, and I'm more uncomfortable with the Zoom. I don't know that we can do, I don't know. I just don't know. So for me, I'm just not comfortable saying that we're going to be able to provide that if the district can't tell us that we can definitely provide that. The LMS is not where I feel that it's really sticky. It's the Zooming in live and being able to mark kids present and managing that virtual piece at the same time an educator has all these kids. And remember, some of these kids weren't in school, some kids were homeschooled, they're coming in with there's a whole bunch of social emotional stuff. It's just a lot going on with the kids right there. And it's important to provide instruction to kids who are going to be out and can't be there. And I do think we want to focus on being healthy is important. And I do think we should have conversations about what absences mean in the district and why people are so nervous about having to be absent if you feel that you are sick, or you are sick rather. I don't know. So
Okay,
I'm not
let's
sure.
let-
I'm
let's
getting
let others
distracted.
talk.
Go ahead.
Okay, Mariah.
So, so I agree that the inclusion of the word Zoom sets up expectations in a way that I think there will be very different expectations on the parent side than on the teacher side. And whatever the definition of to the greatest extent possible and pedagogically practicable, I think also it just sets up, it's rife for misunderstandings. And if we take via Zoom out, what is different in this statement than our normal, like what is the statement we are making with a statement that says we're doing business as usual, which is more or less what this says, which is we're offering learning through the learning management systems, and you'll have access to that. I guess I don't see I'm not sure what the powerful statement is in the statement if as it stands. The other thing I think is that maybe is missing is that this assumes that there is that the kids that are being quarantined on a singleton or very few in a classroom basis. But if there happens to be a group of kids who, for whatever reason, are quarantining, this doesn't, address the issue of a greater number of children in a specific group needing to. It doesn't address any sort of other scenario than just the singleton needing to quarantine. And so that sort of feels like a miss as well.
Yeah. David, did you have your hand up?
I think I'm more with Susan and Val on this one. I don't want to insert words for them, but I just feel that the greatest extent possible, pedagogically practicable wording is already providing for a lot of these concerns that we are hearing. My concern is that if we weaken this statement, to Mariah's point, where it's essentially just saying that we're going to offer what we have to offer anyway, then there's no point in doing it, which was the reason for having the stronger language in the first place, to show that we have that commitment, to show that we want our students to be honest when they're experiencing symptoms and stay home, and that they're not essentially going to be punished for it. It's not up to us to change how DESE defines attendance. So while we can address attendance expectations to some extent, we are constrained in what we can do. The regulations are the regulations. So I think we need to be mindful of that and try to rise to the occasion to the greatest extent possible and pedagogically practical to offer our students connectivity and access to learning when they're absent for COVID-19 related concerns.
Yep. Val?
I had a question for Leslie. Leslie, when you got the clarification from DESE, did they give you any additional guidance on whether they were going to have any more leniency with absences this year? And then also, was it an expectation that that half day of learning would happen in the way that they described, or was it a choice that the district could mark a student absent? Or I guess I'm just looking for whether there's any more information that DESE gave around that piece.
whoops, sorry about that. Erin actually provided the clarity as she participated on a webinar with DESE where they were very specific in their language that it had to be simultaneous remote instruction. Originally even, and that information was only presented at the webinar. That's not in any of the DESE FAQs. And I think part of what threw me off is that in the DESE language, it says activities. So activities seems very different to me. If it means you can do some virtual learning, but then also the time that you work on an assignment counts, that feels very different than a half day, 3 hours of Zooming into a class. You asked me something else, Val. There was a second part to your question.
Whether there's, I think there are two additional parts, whether there's flexibility for districts to have the option to not do that and mark a student absent, and then whether there's any conversation around flexibility for overall absences during the school year.
Sure, and this might be something Erin can maybe speak better to the absences, but it doesn't seem like there is a lot of leeway in terms of what the qualifications are to count a student as present. But I do know that just in doing some research and looking at a listserv of other assistant superintendents in the district, there are many major districts that are not offering this option. And the one district I saw that is offering this option, they're offering basically audio only. So a child can just hear what's happening, and they would do that for the course of the 3 hours.
Yeah, Helen, and then Stephen.
Could I just
Yeah,
speak a little bit to one of Val's second questions?
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Helen. So we haven't really received much information yet from the department around whether or not they're going to be more lenient on what I'll say consequences for multiple absences. So in previous non-COVID years, part of our accountability is related to absences and the percentage of students who are chronically absent in our district. And so that does have an impact as to our state rating, accountability rating. They have not said whether or not they will count absences or they won't count them, or they'll count them with less weight in those accountability ratings moving forward. I imagine, just by being on all of these meetings the last 18 months or so, that they're waiting a little bit, I think, until the school year. We have a little bit more time in the school year to see how much this is actually potentially impacting students as to whether or not they would make a decision about that. Hope that helps.
Helen, and then Stephen.
Yeah, one of the things that I keep on thinking about is our experience last year, where in some classes, I remember a presentation from second grade teachers at Lawrence who talked about how they were able to basically have their class that was with them and the class at home at the same time teaching, and that it was a very positive experience for everybody. And I think they used the owls, if I'm not mistaken, and we've made quite an investment in owls to be able to accomplish this. Certainly at the 9th through 12th grade, this should not be a heavy lift. And even at the lower grades, I know that we gave 10 owls to each school. If we need more, we could certainly do that. And that facilitates Zoom. You have to sort of be there and manage, but the owls sort of follow you around. I think we can do this, and I agree. I think this should be our aspiration for what we would want for kids who are basically, have tested positive, but are healthy and can participate. Obviously, if they're sick, they can't, and, we wouldn't expect them to.
Stephen?
Thanks, Suzanne. For me, the bottom line is that this is a statement and not a policy document. And the objective of this as a statement is that we want to assert that we're rededicating ourselves to a strategic priority or a value. And we want to inspire confidence in the town of Brookline that we're going to realize that value. So to me, the great risk is that it is misconstrued. And any risk that it's misconstrued would undermine the purpose of the statement. So to Mariah's point, if the risk of deleting the specificity is that it leaches the statement of emphasis, then I think we can add emphasis otherwise. We can say that, the school committee emphatically reasserts its commitment to, or we could say we've put on the docket for X meeting a discussion of various digital, virtual, and other learning options that could be used to accommodate learners who are quarantining or who otherwise, because of COVID, can't attend classes. I think we could supplement this with other statements of emphasis, but I just want to be cognizant of the fact that it was not construed in the way it was intended by several members of even this meeting. And to me, that's a significant data point that I don't want to ignore.
Okay, so David, help me out here. I'm not sure where we are on this. I know you spent a lot of time yesterday on it. We're spending quite a bit of time on it today. The piece that seems to hang us up a little bit is the actual Zoom, the word Zoom.
Okay, so if we were to remove the via Zoom part, would that satisfy the committee?
I think we should eliminate the LMSs as well.
What do you want to eliminate, Steve?
No, but those LMSs are things they should be doing anyway. Forget about this policy. Every educator in the district is supposed to be using the LMS for their grade band.
It doesn't contribute to the objective of the statement to me, which is to declare that we're going to provide, to the extent possible and practicable, virtual learning opportunities for students who are quarantining. And so I think we just say that we have, I've stated my opinion. I realize that there's disagreement.
Andy, do you have your hand up?
I do, yeah. Since I think I've started this whole conversation. I mean, yeah, for me, removing Zoom would be helpful. I think the learning management system part is okay. But I do think that, Val, this is actually the sentence that you said that I edited yesterday, which I did, but it still bothers me about we expect that students will be marked present if this is consistent with DESE attendance regulations, because that implies that we expect that we will be providing an option that's robust enough to allow a student to be marked present. And we've just heard that that's a pretty heavy lift. So that sentence still worries me.
Okay.
So I guess at this point, I am now leaning toward Mariah's original point, which is I'm not sure at this point what our goal is, what's left of our goal.
Suzanne, was our goal to emphasize people staying home, or was our goal to reassure the community that they would still get to access learning when they stayed home?
Yeah, I think our goal was the latter, to reassure people that if they have, I think we were particularly worried about students who are quarantined but are not sick and they're missing days of school. And so how do we, if you're sick, you're expected to, you are home. That's our standard now. If you're sick, you're home, and there are ways for you to make that up. If you're quarantined and you're not sick, then, do we have an obligation in a different way to provide learning and teaching? And I think that's what we were trying to address. We're thinking that with this test and stay, there won't be a lot of kids that will be quarantined and will be well, that they would be tested at school and staying at school. So I'm not sure that there's going to be much of a population that we're trying to address in this statement.
Can I make a little suggestion, which is perhaps we don't have enough information to feel comfortable in the statement? And is there an opportunity perhaps for the administration to go back, if this is what you want to do, and say this is what we can do, what the administration feels comfortable with affirming, because I think the issue is, right, there's this sort of tension between what you talked about, Leslie, of what can we realistically offer people versus everybody, not just the committee, but everybody's desire to do the most we can, but what's realistic. And I personally would feel much more comfortable with a statement that strongly affirms what we can do without setting up unrealistic expectations. So maybe it's something we could revisit. That would be my preference.
I'm leaning that way too. David, what do you think about that?
It sounds like a majority of the committee does not want to move forward with a statement, so I'll respect the will of the majority.
Leslie's hand is up.
Leslie, go ahead.
You know, and if I could just say, I mean, I hope this goes without saying, is that, you know, my questions about the statement are in no way trying to shirk our responsibilities that we need to provide students access if they are able to participate. We don't want any student sitting at home that can participate and they're twiddling their thumbs. And so the Office of Teaching and Learning, and I know my colleagues are definitely committed to making sure students get what they need. And I think we really need to talk about that on a case-by-case basis based on how long a student will be out. Are they able to participate? Do they have symptoms? Do they not? And so, you know, I heard from our school leaders that they're willing to work with their staff and do what they need to do to make sure children get what they need. And I'm willing to support our school leaders in that. And so if there's ever a time when a family is just like, hey, my child, they're not getting what they need, they're home quarantining, then I would ask them to reach out to me, reach out to their school leader, and we can problem solve around this. It's just the specificity of what's in that statement. And I don't want anyone to think that we can do something that we're just not able to do. And maybe we are able to do it. I know the high school's having conversations, like you said, Helen, they have many more owls. You know, the kids are older. Anthony and I have had conversations, so that's also a different conversation. But I just want to make sure that this group knows, you know, our commitment to children around this. And
so in your conversations with educators, if there is the need for more owls, that's something I think we can purchase from the ARP funds and would be a good purchase either way to have. So if that's a feasible way to work this and to really help kids wherever they are, you know, I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I do think owls are a great option when the setting is right and everything's in place. We will put the owls in place.
Okay.
Yeah, Val, did you have your hand up new or is that?
Yes, that was new. Just Leslie or Aaron, if you could, I think my middle question wasn't answered and it may just be because the information is not available. And I think it's not based on what you both said. But if DESE does in fact say that we must provide that 3 hours, would you just, you know, let us know sooner than later? Because that to me is still the outstanding question on whether districts must provide what you had described, Leslie, or whether that's discretionary.
Yep. So that must be provided in order for a student to be counted present. But DESE has not mandated that for schools. They said when able. And so that's not a hands down mandate. It's only a mandate. Well, I don't know if mandate's the right word. Sorry, my light went out. It's only expected if we're going to count students present. Did I answer your question, Val? Is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think DESE is still trying to figure some of this out. I expect there'll be more guidelines coming out.
And if I had to guess, if I was a betting person, I would guess that they're not going to be doing MCAS again this year, and that they're going to be, or at least not counting it for anything, and the absences won't be important.
Yeah, Susan.
Okay, so if we're not going to pass the statement, can I offer just a question? Is it possible for us to at least have the conversation with the principals, curriculum coordinators about this statement specifically? And I think it would be helpful if we're not going to pass it to explain that the reason we're not passing it is not because of the sentiment, that I think there's pretty strong unanimity on the sentiment behind it, but there is a concern that the specificity would hamstring our educators. And so maybe in lieu of this, we can ask, just like we were having the conversation at policy the other day, yesterday, I don't remember. One of the things we talked about was, the idea that, and we talked about it this evening, that at the middle school and the high school, this is a very different conversation from at younger grade levels. And so maybe what we can have at our next meeting is just a sense from how these conversations are playing out. Like, what are the kinds of things that we're thinking about and talking about, mindful that every conversation is different, every child's situation is different and whatnot, but something that can sort of give us some examples. If a child is, home for a day in high school, then X will happen. If they're home for 3 days, if they're home for 12 days, like what kinds of things are we thinking about and are we talking about, and what support would the high school need for us? Similarly, at the 6th through 8th level, what that might look like. And again, it might be an individual student, it might be, a classroom that gets quarantined of close contacts, whatever it is, we are hoping that the testing program and all of our protocols will be safe and helpful, but we're also thinking about how to continue education, if things don't work out the way we want them to. So maybe a public conversation just that sort of says, here are some different scenarios we're thinking of and the kinds of things we would be doing in those scenarios. Maybe that would be helpful in, and we can craft some sort of statement after that, which is less of a, here are the things you're going to get promised, but here are the kinds of things, examples of things that we heard. And the next step for you as a parent is to go talk to talk to the teacher or the principal about the situation. So does that, you're nodding, Leslie, does that sound okay?
Okay, so I think that's it, Susan. I think that's what we'll do. I think Leslie will ask you to go back to the building administrators, some of the coordinators, and get a better handle on what it is that is going to work and what we can offer, knowing what it is that we want, what the school committee is saying they want. And then perhaps we can revisit this at the next meeting on the 23rd. Let's see what we've got. Okay.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for all your input. It's very helpful. Thank you to everybody for your input. We're going to move on to budget. So Sam, I think you're up.
I believe you're correct, Suzanne. So in your packet or in your folder, so item 1 is FY21, and then item 2 is FY22. And so in that order, and it's a short enough memo that I've written that I guess I will provide a little bit of context and then read the substance of the correspondence, and then open it up, because I think we want to maybe, head, and I leave it to you, Suzanne, about Q&A, but in a way, I think each year stands on one, they feed each other, but there's enough in each year that I think the Q&A may stand on its own. And so to provide some context, I hired into Brookline. I signed a contract on June 21st, and I arrived for my first day in the district on July 6th, and met all you at a time when we had a working group meeting to determine where we thought, or where I thought, based on the information I got at that time, of how fiscal year 21 was going to finish. And I gave an estimate at that time. That was the best estimate at the time. 8 days later, July 14th, I arrived in the district, and it was determined, speaking with the controller's office, that we had to close. We were closing the books, like it or not, and we did. And the good news was that we closed in a better position 8 days later than what I had mentioned on the 6th. I did allude to that in a subsequent school committee meeting, but over the time since then to today, I've spent more time in the district, have familiarized myself more with the moving parts that are in the budget, how the fiscal year closed, reconciling as of this week the finer details of how FY21 was voted, changed, closed, that I can speak more intelligently of those moving parts as evidenced in this brief email or brief memo. And I'm somewhat prepared, if need be, to talk about the last bullets of where we took resources available as part of closing fiscal year fully expended with zero balance. So here it goes. So the first paragraph speaks to, in summary, town meeting in the spring of 2020 appropriated $118,998,990 as the local education appropriation, LEA, the operating budget. Additionally, two things happened, and so that became the original budget in the accounting system, is that 118.9 million. There are two moving parts that happened, one immediately after and one a few months after, that drove to where the final budget was, the revised budget. Immediately, almost 180,000 of open encumbrances, bills that purchases that were made encumbered prior to the fiscal year end of June 30, 2020, but not paid until fiscal 21, are carried over. So those funds are encumbered in the fiscal 20 and then brought forward as to give the money to pay for it in the subsequent fiscal year. And that's that $179,626. And it was spent. So the money was appropriated as a revised budget and expended. So it had no impact with respect to the initial $118.9 million appropriation. What did have an impact is in fall town meeting, approximately November of 2020, reconciling with the comptroller's office, $1.75 million, $1.75 million was appropriated additionally as a one-time increase to FY21 due to COVID and the expenses related to COVID that couldn't have been covered in the original appropriation. When you add all these numbers together, the monies available to spend, all told, was $120,928,616. That was available. Again, as of July 14th, when I had to close the budget, we both expended and encumbered 120 million, 900, every penny. Not a penny was left. But there's more to the story. Of that almost $121 million, $750,000, much like the 180,000 of the previous year in 20, we encumbered roughly $500,000 for expenses that we had committed to incurring and did purchase orders for, but the items would not be billed nor paid for in time for the year-end close on July 14th. And so therefore, those funds have been added to FY22. And I'll speak to that when we speak to FY22. But those monies were for a host of different expenses, and those monies are committed. Over and above the $750,000, there was available funds of approximately $4 million in those 3 bullets below that were set aside for those 3 specific uses. The first is $1,155,027 as a reserve for unsettled or recently settled contracts. And when I say recently settled, the paraprofessional contract was settled on the last day of the fiscal year, June 30. By the time all the calculations were going to be done, there was no way that those monies could be paid out, and nor were they, by July 14th. They were ultimately paid on, I believe, August 19th, that retro pay to paraprofessionals. So there was money set aside to estimate, and I think reasonably closely from what the actuals were, for what was settled, along with unsettled contracts, namely Unit A and Unit B. The next bullet, $1,033,331, was transferred of out-of-district tuitions from Circuit Breaker, which is a special revenue fund, to the operating budget to effectively zero out the budget and carry forward a balance that wasn't going to be close to zero in the Circuit Breaker. With that $1,033,000, Circuit Breaker carried over about $1,100,000. So if this transfer didn't happen, there would have been less than $100,000 of reserve for special education in the Circuit Breaker Special Revenue Fund. Lastly, and this was voted at the workshop on July 6th by the school committee, was $201,645 to transfer expenses from BASE, Brookline Adult Continuing Ed, to free up monies in that revolving fund to allow for a sufficient reserve for credits that were due, unearned revenue. People made payments for courses that, because of COVID, weren't able to access. And there's a policy that allows them a grace period to access that course, those course offerings into fiscal year 22. And this allows for sufficient funds to cover that. I'm going to stop talking at this point because even though it's a short memo, it's a lot to digest.
Yeah.
And I'm sensitive to that. And so,
Yes. So thank you, Sam, for that. That's helpful that you gave us that executive summary for sure. So we've heard a lot of this. There just may be questions. Let's just see if there are any questions about this. Are there any questions about the end of the fiscal year 2021? Okay, you did a good job, Sam. I'm not seeing any.
it would appear.
Yeah. So are we moving on to 22?
22, yeah, please.
Okay.
So 22, what I had put in the packet is, and it should be familiar to you all, and this spoke to when I talked about working with OpenGov. This is an 11-page document that's called Section 1 Budget Highlights. And I really want to key in on page 3 of that document. Page 3 of that document speaks to the budget that I walked into, F22. And the moving parts, or I'll call it the pillars. And basically it takes, if you look at that page, it's a grid style page.
Yeah, is it possible for us to put that up? Just to share it so we could, I don't know.
Do you want me to do it?
Please.
Sure, Mariah, if you
Yep.
could, page 3, you know which one I'm talking about?
I do. Hang on one
Thank you.
second.
And Mariah, please chime in if I'm missing something.
You're doing so wonderfully. Let me see. This is the page, and let me
That's it.
make
That's
it
it.
not minuscule. Hold on one sec.
So Sam, you don't have to go through all of it because we have done a lot of this, but perhaps you can highlight something either that you are
Yeah,
concerned
sure.
about.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
you want us to
And that,
go on.
yes, exactly right. So if you go to the top part of the page, so basically and the second column is key. Public building division, I'm still getting my arms around, but I hate to say it, in a budget of this size, 471,000. It's real money, but it's noise for purposes of this discussion. If you look at the second column and focusing on the top part, the bottom part just cuts that same amount in a different way. And I'll speak to that too. But what this says is in the first column, I just talked about, and this is tying 21 to 22, the 118,998, remember that's the number that was appropriated in the spring of 2020. Then the other two things are circuit breaker, ESSER 2.3 didn't exist, ARP didn't exist in 21. Circuit breaker, roughly $2 million. That was the expectation of what the district would utilize in money for special ed to support operations and a special revenue account. And there's a tuition materials fee that is assessed that is also as a revolving fund that the assumption was roughly $500,000 would be utilized to again support the operations that total $121.5 million. When you look at the second column, 22, many more moving parts. And the total is 127.7, or a 5.12% increase. If you look at the top line, which is important, the amount of money that the taxpayers of Brookline directly gave to the public schools of Brookline was close to level funded. It was less than 1% increase. So how do we get to a 5% increase? Because of largely ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 are otherwise known as stimulus funds. ESSER 3 is known as ARP on the school side. ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 alone is almost $5 million. It was actually a little more than that. But as this summary indicated, and confirming with Mariah, ESSER 2, ESSER 2 Brookline actually got 300,000 more than that, 320,000 more than that. But the expectation was that was paid for tent rentals, which Brookline did rent tents, but that was able to be paid out of the operating budget for 21. And therefore, that's a favorable variance I've discovered for 22. There's 320,000 more ESSER 2 money than what is in here that was available for 22. ESSER 3 is spot on. Circuit breaker is 2.3 million, and the tuition fee is as you see it. Let's stay on the top. The bottom just takes that 127.7 million and chops it up by expense category, personnel. You can look at it, but the bottom line is the same 127,695,000. It just takes all those pieces of revenue from different sources and takes it and chops it in expense categories. Going back up to the top, what I can tell you in the time I've spent after closing 21 and looking at 22, I'll make a few general statements. I believe absent any material catastrophic kind of change to what we know already as of I'm speaking with respect to how the budget is tracking, I believe we won't finish in deficit, we will finish in a balanced position. My goal is to do better than that. And every dollar, I'll reiterate, every dollar that comes under 127,695,265, I look to leave money available in ESSER 3 to carry into fiscal year 23. Because if I don't, we don't, that $5 million represents a cliff or a structural deficit that will have to be appropriated on top of the 119,870 to catch us up to where we would have been in F22, because there's no ESSER 4 as I'm aware. And so I just want to be clear, but and I make no promises, but I feel somewhat optimistic that we've had a couple of favorable variances. I spoke to ESSER 2 as one, and circuit breaker is looking favorable. Our claim was higher than 2.3 million. That was what we got in last fiscal year as a claim. That number is somewhat higher. And so we have some favorable variances out of the gate, but I am still working on reconciling a baseline for where 22 actually is, because as I'm speaking and tying, these numbers do tie, the top line 119,870, 476 does tie to the accounting system, but the personnel file, which makes up the vast majority of the budget, I'm still reconciling what was in the budget to what we actually have. And I'm hopeful that what we have in actuality is not higher than what we have in budget. That is my hope. That is my plan. That's why I spoke to the work I've been doing with Leslie Ryan Miller and curriculum coordinators and department heads, and work to be done with principals, because that's where the people lie. And it's so critical to, with a district of 1,500 employees, FTE, to make sure we know who they are, where they are, what they're doing, so we can not only track where we are this year, but then that becomes the jumping off point to moving them for next year, to know how much money we need additionally to move people on STEP, Lane, and COLA. I'm happy to answer any questions.
If there are any questions or comments. I can't see everybody, but
Can I just make one quick comment, Suzanne, before we go
Sure.
to the general Q&A?
Sure.
Just that what Sam was just talking about in terms of, the favorable variances, once he knows for sure, and we should have more information at our first finance meeting on the 22nd, I would expect that we'll have a better sense of what that means in terms of also, how we might anticipate deploying ESSER 2 and or ESSER 3 over multiple years instead of 1 year. That might give us more flexibility on that front, whereas we were finding our hands tied last spring.
I mean, the only correction I would make is I would spend ESSER 2. I can guarantee you all of ESSER 2 will be expended in fiscal year 22. The money that we would want to leave to spend last would be the most recent ESSER, and that would be ESSER 3.
Did we get a little short change from the town, from that 118 point, almost 1.9, 118, yeah, 119 to 119? I mean,
Effectively, it's $1 million. Yeah, it was about a 1 million. It was a $900,000 increase on a base of 119 million. It's about
a percent.
0.9. It's about a 0.9% increase year over year.
I'm not sure now is the time to litigate the how much to relitigate how much the town gave us, but if you recall, Suzanne, it was actually a cut in the first version of the budget, and then it was eventually went to a slight increase.
Yeah.
And then was slightly increased again when the GIC numbers came out.
Yeah, gotcha. Okay, who has questions?
So I did. Yeah, sorry, I'm late to this. On the ESSER 3 piece and on the cliff, Sam, that you're talking about,
right?
How much of ESSER 3 is currently expected to be expended on ongoing revenues versus, say, some of the shorter term social emotional programs and things like that that are contemplated in ESSER 3?
I mean, as I understand, well, better than as I understand it, as I inherited the budget for ESSER 3, although it hasn't been submitted yet, but the planned submission. I'll say this to give as an example. All the literacy specialists, and there are 29.3 of them, were budgeted in ESSER 3. And presumably that's on, and again, I made it clear and all the way up to the superintendent and below me, people are treated the same whether they're supported on a stimulus grant, a revolver, the operating budget. It's just the way, and that might not be how it's ultimately submitted, but I guess the larger answer is most of this, I would say almost all of it, as of when this was submitted, that's in front of you, assumed operating expenses, not one-time buying air purifiers that you buy it once and then you don't have to worry about it in next year's operating budget. That's what makes it the sense of walking this back as best we can more urgent.
Stephen?
Can I just respond to that also a little bit more, which is we did not allocate, as Sam said, Val, we did not allocate ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funds beyond the operational, and there were some one-time expenses like the summer program that were identified, although I don't know if the summer program will be one time, but it's at least this was the first time through this summer. And that work is still, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, the identification of which programs would be funded this year on those funds is still TBD. And as Sam said, it does not, being funded on those funding sources has no implication as to a program's continuity.
Correct. I mean, the summer program was funded out of ESSER 2. The USP, which was new, and to give you context, that number was in the $250,000 range. So it's, as a percentage of total ESSER 2 and 3, it's not a high percentage, but that was funded out of ESSER 2.
Stephen, did you have a question or comment?
Yeah, thanks, Sam. Thanks very much for such a patient presentation to us. I'm just a little confused by your hopefulness. Is your hopefulness that you'll continue to find some positive variances and that the cliff will be slightly less than $5 million, or that there'll be some serious, that you'll find variances that will change the overall picture of the cliff that we're facing?
I'm hopeful that, I know as a fact, I have the favorable ESSER 2 compared to what's on what was in this submission, and I know as a fact that circuit breaker is higher than what's in this submission. I don't know what contract settlements are going to be. There's some assumptions. I'm hopeful that I want to empower what we call budget managers to make informed decisions with what's in their budget and how to manage their budget, especially their personnel budget. I know as I've looked through the file of personnel, I think where I'm hopeful is when positions, just being thoughtful of where and when positions are filled and how people are managing their non-personnel budgets. I think there's some opportunities there. Again, I'm not anticipating that a $5 million structural deficit, as evidenced by ESSER 2 and 3, is going to become zero. I don't. But for every dollar we save, and I'll give a hypothetical, if in the end we are able to save $500,000 from ESSER 3, use $3,164,807, then that $500,000 carries over into F23, and the cliff is $1 million less, or the structural deficit, because the base is 3,164,000, not 3,664,000, and you have 500,000 in the subsequent year. So now your shortfall is 2 million. If you follow my math, 2,664,000. And so that's what I'm looking at.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. To me, then, the takeaway is that this needs to be a clarion call for getting ahead, trying to back away from the budget cliff. I mean, I'm thinking of 2 superintendencies ago when there were wildly varying projections of budget deficits that led to general confusion and distrust of the budgeting process. And this process seems so much more rational and clear. But I think we may not have like the community urgency around this because of some of the previous confusion around projected budget deficits. And my feeling is that we should be acting urgently on your projection of a pretty a budget cliff that's quite high. We could fall a great ways.
Right, I guess with all due respect, and I appreciate everything you said. I mean, I heard up until literally the day I signed the contract on the 20th, and I'm not here to cast any kind of aspersions. It's not that, but I heard about $1.3 million deficit that was going to be a reserve fund transfer until like the last week of the fiscal year, where then the swing was $4 million. At least it was in the right direction. But you're right, that's a credibility issue that I'm sitting in the seat. I get it. But with all due respect to everybody here, I think when this was issued in April, it clearly states that in this $127.7 million, there's a reliance on one-time funds of $5 million that is one-time funds. So I think that was put out there pretty early to everybody that, again, there isn't an ESSER 4 that I'm aware of. And so, you know, my purpose in life is to try to back us away to the extent possible and let people know as soon as possible to know how much of a helping hand we need to, again, let's say the cliff is, or the structural deficit is $4 million, not 5. Then if we know with certainty before we, then we know with certainty that's the amount of money that's needed as an additional appropriation just to catch us up before we even talk about what we need for fiscal 23, is how I look at it.
Thanks, Joe. Thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I'm gonna move us along, Sam, if we could.
Sure, thank you. And we'll revisit this, I'm sure, over time.
I'm sure many times.
Susan had her hand up.
I'm sorry, who did?
Susan.
Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, go ahead.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, with the caveat that I voted against this budget, so I don't know if my opinion matters. I would just wonder if we can go back to the idea, Sam, of trying to match things, match the one-time, whatever one-time monies we are spending, because we don't have $5 million of one-time money, but we don't have zero either. So a lot of the curriculum development work that we're doing, there are a lot of things that we are doing that's one time. And so it doesn't mean the people are one time, it means the projects are one time. So I'm just wondering if we can maybe try to go back to that approach and see what of this we can even start to envision to know if we have a $4 million hole or a $2 million hole. So that might be what you're doing, but I just feel like the criteria, we still as the school committee haven't had a criteria conversation.
I appreciate that. And I remember you mentioning this before. That hasn't been the focus, but I think when you look at whatever that number is, then how much of that number can be stripped away because it's not going to reoccur is duly noted.
The other, if I could, the other variable that's not included here is our what we will get from the town in terms of an increase, what percentage increase for next year. Revenues will be better, certainly than they were this year. And I think values in homes have gone up more than 2.5%, which also will be better. So, this year we got 1%, next year I can't imagine we'll get less than 2.5%. And if we look back in history, I think what we've gotten from the town, especially when we've had increased enrollments, was closer to 4 and 5% every year. So those are things also, Stephen, when you're thinking about the cliff, you have to also include what other revenues. The state right now has quite a bit of revenue that will be going out to, in the cherry sheet. So it's hard because you can't say this is what we have and this is where we're going to be. There's a lot of balls in the air.
Well, wait, sorry, that seems the opposite to me of what Sam is trying to tell us, which is that there is a real structural deficit and that we should be taking it seriously. And it seems
with
to me
his numbers, there definitely are.
I'm not
saying there aren't. I'm not saying there aren't. I'm just saying.
I know there's
a
lot of externalities, Helen, and I know this stuff is always going to be changing and it's going to be going up and down. But I think that we've had the luxury of kicking the can for a while because of Esther, and soon that's going to run out.
Yeah.
So I guess I feel a great urgency when I see presentations like this. That that's all. I don't need to lecture. I'm one of the newest school committee members.
That's okay.
Well, Sam will take us through it through the whole year. This is Sam's whole job, is to make sure that we get the money we deserve and that it goes out the way it needs to go out. That's practically his whole job, right, Sam? And
I would say that's my purpose in life, no question about it.
That's your purpose in life. So you're going to help us figure this out. I have confidence that will happen. I don't know how easily it will happen. Mariah.
I was just going to say that some of the revenues thing that Helen said wasn't quite right, and we are in a particularly complicated time of understanding how revenues will come in, and it's great that we have someone as experienced as Sam to work with our townside staff to look at some of the projections. We have town school partnership meeting again tomorrow to look at some of this, revenue replacements. The issue isn't necessarily with the real estate taxes, but with some of the local receipts, parking meters, restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. And so, but it's good that we have staff who will help us map our revenues against our expenses.
And I think it's good Sam knows that the school committee wants to know about this stuff, right? I mean, that, we want to work with you. We've got ideas. We may be confused, but you'll help us out. But, we're in this together.
Yeah, the only closing comment, I'll answer more questions, but, I look at, again, what my role is with respect to the budget is provide the best information for the superintendent to provide the best information for you all to advocate to the community. And I know you all do a wonderful job as advocates for what we're trying to do. And, I want to give you the best information for you to do the best job advocating for the budget.
Yeah, sounds good. Teamwork. Thank you. Are we talking about the ARP or no? We have anything to say?
I think Helen was going to lead the conversation on that.
I think you're right.
Right. I was going to do it in the capital report, but I can do it now. And I think, we've been discussing a number of issues for ARP. I went to the select board to talk about the geothermal at Driscoll. That at this point is probably not something we're going to ask for from the ARP because as many of you are aware, there's a warrant article out right now for a town meeting to approve monies for geothermal as a way of just raising the debt exclusion that the voters voted for. As many of you are aware, there's not a number in the debt exclusion. However, we did say a number, and therefore a town meeting would need to allow us to borrow the extra money. And then it would be a change order that the school committee would be signing. So, I said I was going to talk about the ARP, but that was one of the things that we had discussed as a possibility of using those fundings. And I think that has become clear. The select people are not in favor of that. When I went to them, it was very clear.
So
And-
Helen, I just want to give you a little context about this. We set aside a good chunk of time next meeting to talk about what our thoughts are about ARP and our priorities.
Okay, so you want me to just say in general, then?
Yeah, just in general. And
we're going to be discussing items at the next capital subcommittee that are possible for ARP, and many of which we've discussed once here and in capital already, some additional ones with amounts, and maybe we just leave it at that. It's a late hour and it's not time actually to go into specific numbers right now. Does that?
We do want people to start thinking about that for our conversation at the next our next school committee meeting. So
and to think about it, once more, what is one-time funding? What might be seed money for a program or something that we might think would be important? And then what is, continuous? I mean, it could be one-time money, for instance, for the owls, if that's, what's something that needs to happen. Although with the time framework, the other piece that I found out from the select people is that there is no timeline right now for the distribution of these funds, which is somewhat concerning to me. I would have hoped that in their process, they would have put a timeline and a time by when people need to get their ideas in, but that at this time is not there. So something like the owls might be something we would need to do sooner, possibly put in for it and see if we could get reimbursed for it.
And we also, Mariah's pushing for that kind of timeline and how that process is going to look in town school partnership conversation. So that will come up again tomorrow.
Right.
Okay.
I think, tune in. Our meeting is at 4 o'clock, 4 to 6 on Tuesday. We'll be discussing all of these items in detail. Matt will be there along with Charlie and Sam, and more to come.
Okay.
And the one other piece that did come out also at the select board meeting was that in addition to the 34 million that we got from the federal government, we will be getting the 11 million from Norfolk County. So the town will be getting $43 million of funds from ARP.
Yeah. Okay, Val.
I just have a
Oops, you're on mute. Go ahead.
Are we discussing at the next meeting our criteria and our own internal timeline, or are we actually workshopping and discussing specific ideas on projects?
At the Capitol meeting, are you talking about?
No, at the next full meeting, where you were talking about the next full meeting, Suzanne, correct?
Yeah, it was, Val. I think it depends on what we have. If we have the process of the timeline from the town, we certainly will share that and we'll base our conversation on that. If we do not, then I think we'll also be able just to go to kind of brainstorming, what ideas do we have and how are we going to make that happen?
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to move us along to back to Dr. Guillory for our superintendent goals, the overview, the entry plan. So.
Thank you. I'm going to share screen here and be mindful of time and the hour. So what I've shared, can you all see that?
A little bigger.
A little larger. I can't tell what's on the screen.
That looks good to me.
Thank you, Suzanne. So what I wanted to share with you all again, as you're very well aware, I'm participating in the new superintendent induction program. And as part of that program, new superintendents are provided goals that they can specify or make a little bit more specific to their respective districts. And so new superintendents generally across the state are following these types of goals. So goal one is essentially around effective entry and direction setting. So much of the work around the entry planning process, I've shared with you all. I shared with you the draft plan or the plan thinking of the interviews and those types of things. So goal one focuses specifically on entry and direction setting. So the idea is that after the entry process is expended, then there will be a report on entry findings that will hopefully come out in January or February. And from that time frame, at that point, late spring, we can enter into a strategic planning process based on the results of the entry findings that we go through, and we develop a 3 to 5 year strategic plan. And at that point, everything, all of our actions should be in alignment with our strategic plan, with the goals and outcomes that we are seeking as a district and as a community. Goal 2 is maintaining momentum during transition. And this is essentially keeping the ship or the trains running on time. I'm focusing, certainly you've heard some of the work that the deputies are looking at doing. So you won't necessarily see those spelled out directly in my goals, but those are helping feed and inform the work that I'm sharing, that I'd like to be essentially evaluated on this school year. And I know we talked about at the workshop, the October meeting or the October retreat, a workshop being focused on the superintendent evaluation process. And so I think this feeds directly into that, but then also is an opportunity for the committee to come up to speed on the evaluation process as well. That's again tailored for newer superintendents. So there's a slightly modified evaluation process for new superintendents that I think it's actually publicized by the School Committee Association, as well as supported by the Superintendents Association. So goal 2 is about maintaining momentum during transition. Goal 3 is focused on the new superintendent induction program. So actually participating in that program. And one of the modifications or shifts that I made for this one is under key action number 4, and that's to move at this point. I would be eligible after participating in the first year of the superintendent's induction program, advancing my initial superintendent certification from initial to the professional level, which is the one that essentially identifies that I've worked under the initial certificate for the first 3 years as required by state mandate. And after participating in an induction program with a mentor, you then advance to the professional license. That's essentially the highest tier of a certification, whether that's a teacher, principal, what have you. And then the last goal is focused on school opening and school safety. Those aspects, I do realize that I left out the word staff after students, so I'll make that adjustment as well. So the big 4, so these are the 4 goals that I'm proposing that I would like to submit to the committee based on your feedback as the work that I am committing to being able to do. In addition to all of the other things, this is certainly not exclusive in this sense, but this sort of highlights the work that you'll see me reporting on to school committee at regular intervals, as well as the deputies have also shared with you, and the senior directors have shared with you some of the work products that they will also be reporting to the committee at regular intervals. And so we can use our committee meetings to provide these regular updates, as well as the subcommittee meetings as appropriate. I'm going to stop sharing this document and move one more over. And both of these documents are in your document folder. This next document is essentially, and I know this is a real eye chart, but this is essentially the overview of the thinking about the new superintendent program at a glance. So the typical time frame, it talks about collecting or engaging in the entry process, sort of July through September, October. Then in January, you have the report on entry findings in that time frame. And then sort of the late spring, early summer, we start the strategic planning process. And then that takes us into September, the September of the new school year, where again, you begin the iterative process of landing on the strategic plan. At that point, identifying the goals, the actions, the outcomes, and then providing the regular updates for that. So again, this is just a graphic or schemata that shows that time frame of the bodies of work shared out there. And so with that, I will stop sharing and I stand for any questions you may have.
Yeah, questions, comments, thoughts? We either did a fabulous job explaining everything, Linus, or we're getting a little tired, but.
I'll take the fabulous job tonight.
Yeah. Well, I think we do need to think about a little bit. There's a lot here. I know I glanced at it before the meeting, but not thoroughly. And I do think we might have time at the workshop in October, as you mentioned, to spend some time looking at this and thinking about how that evaluation and support will go for the year. Susan.
I really appreciate this. I think this is really helpful, Linus. So thank you. You know, I'm mindful that the first year superintendent evaluation process is quite different from other subsequent years of the process. So I think that even just the committee wrapping its head around what is the process will be very helpful. I mean, it just strikes me that regardless of who the superintendent is, this district has a set of things that it has to accomplish this year. And then you specifically as a superintendent have a set of development goals just for where you are professionally. And so I would just hope that we can kind of keep both of those in mind in the frame, because it does feel like, you know, for some of them it's about, and then we're in this COVID year. So maybe there's a process piece to just getting everybody up to speed on what the process is and how it's different for the first year. And then I think just, you know, as far as we're all concerned, for me, it's a little bit less about the superintendent evaluation for FY22 and more about what does success look like for all of us this year, and what is it going to take to get there, and how do we support you to do that, and how do we support the staff to do that. So I guess I'm a little bit less focused on the year one evaluation of the superintendent next summer, only because it's your first year. And so it really is about, it's about giving you the development opportunities you need, and just being clear on what we need the district to be able to do this year, given all of the challenges from COVID and new staff members and everything else. So anyway, I really appreciate this. I think it sets up a great discussion.
You know, and I would hope, Linus, that you will bring this to us and we will visit it throughout the year, both your goals and this entry plan graphic, because we want to be sure we're supporting you throughout the year. And I don't want time to go by and all of a sudden we say, oh, but, you know, this is a surprise, or this is something we weren't dealing with, or giving support where you need it, or your central office. It's not just you, but the central office as well. So I would expect that we will revisit this throughout the year and continue to kind of evaluate how we're doing in terms of support and then meeting our goals. Other thoughts or questions? Okay. Anything else, Linus, that you went on this?
Nope. Thank you all very much.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm really glad you're in the program, so that I think that's great that you're getting that kind of support. Okay, we're going to subcommittee and liaison reports. Anybody have anything to report out? Helen?
I'll make it real quick.
Okay.
Because I think people need some updates on some of the projects and some of the things happening. First of all, Driscoll, I don't know, Susan, if you want to talk about it, or I should, about the what's it called?
Groundbreaking.
Thank you. The groundbreaking is happening this coming Monday at 4 o'clock at Driscoll School, I assume. Do you know more about the details of it at all?
It's going to be short. That's the goal. It'll be from 4 to 4:30. It will be the Lionel will deliver some remarks. David Euclid will deliver some remarks. I'll say a couple things, and there are going to be student remarks. There was a process where the principal is looking for student speakers as well. And we will say Heidi ho, and then I'll pose with hard hats and shovels, and everyone will be home by dinner. So people can stay around as long as they want and take photographs, but the ceremony itself should be 4 to 4:30. And the only reason I emphasize that is that if I don't, people, what I would do in that situation is roll in around 4:15, 4:20, and miss the whole thing. So it's going to be short and sweet.
Okay.
Please all come.
And Driscoll is on budget right now and on time. I think those are the two things. With Pierce School, we had a school building committee meeting today. We've been working on the preferred schematic design, both in a smaller group and then bringing it to the larger school building committee. There's going to be a community meeting that's being scheduled in the next day or two to happen within the next couple of weeks, to present some of the design options. There'll also need to be a presentation to the school committee, and Suzanne, you and I can talk about whether we do it to the full committee, which I think we probably should, since the full committee needs to vote the design, the preferred schematic design. For those of you who don't know about it, the preferred schematic design is sort of the way you're going to move forward with the project. Doesn't mean exactly what is shown to you is exactly what will be built, because there'll be another whole year of design and moving and tinkering with the design. Okay, and by the end of October, the idea is to submit to the MSBA. We have submitted our education plan. They came back with some questions. We answered them, and I think they may be coming back to us again. That's Pierce. And the high school, the STEM building opened on time, which is great. And what did, maybe you know a little bit more. Is there anything more to say? I think to say about the Cypress Street building or the field or the,
well, only that they are trying to come up with a time for a ribbon cutting ceremony once everybody settles into the new high school. So that will be happening a little bit later in September. The 22 Tappan building is still anticipated for the beginning of the spring term, which is the third week in January, I think, the week after MLK Day. So that's still the plan for the second term. Even if it were available earlier, we wouldn't move in earlier, only because the schedule is the schedule through essentially midterms or finals, and then all the classes change over. And so the original idea was it was November, then it got pushed to December. It doesn't matter because no one's moving in before MLK Day weekend anyway. So so that's still getting discussed. But other than that, the building has had very, very good use. The students seem happy. The teachers seem happy that they're able to teach chemistry in a chemistry lab and not trying to teach it on Zoom in people's kitchens, and not trying to teach it in unsafe, over the third floor lunch gym, unsafe, weird shaped chemistry classroom. So I think there's just a lot of good buzz at the high school about the new space. So so I think people are excited. I think the field has always been slated to come online next summer, and there's really no update on that.
I think it's actually next fall.
Next fall, sorry,
Yeah.
August, September, yeah. Yes, not the beginning of the summer. Thank you.
Is
And
there
I
a
don't think there's
scheduled-
any change.
So scheduled open house, the public, school committee members can tour the new wing, you know?
Yeah, so that's what we're talking about with a little bit of a ribbon cutting ceremony.
okay,
So kind
okay.
of an open house as well. So that
Okay.
would be probably after school, not during school hours.
Yep.
Yeah. So
That makes
Maybe
sense.
even a Saturday might be a better day to do it, so public.
You may need a
comes up.
couple, maybe a couple of dates.
Well,
don't
I
know.
think, you'll do one here, you'll do one at the Cypress Street building. Maybe the
Tappan, yeah.
Cypress and Tappan together.
22 Tappan.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
And then just the last piece, as I mentioned before, our capital subcommittee meeting is next week, Tuesday.
Thank you, Helen.
Thank you.
Anyone else have a report? David and then Jennifer?
Yes, so just briefly, we already discussed at length what occurred at policy subcommittee yesterday. I just want to remind everyone we have another policy subcommittee meeting scheduled for the 13th. The agenda was recently posted and circulated. The one main substantive item that's added that was not raised yesterday is the school admissions policy. And by that, I'm referring to the policy for how we enroll students. This was brought to my attention by some of our staff in the Office of Registration and Enrollment that they would like to see some changes to current procedures within that policy. Now, as a general matter, our policies, we don't want to go too heavy into procedures, but this particular policy does get into some procedural components, and there have been some suggestions made about how we might want to modify that. So that meeting is going to be this coming Monday, the 13th. It will be a 5:30 start instead of 5, and that's to accommodate those who may want to attend the Driscoll groundbreaking.
Are you going to be sending out what it is, the things ahead of time so we can read it
Yes,
and give you feedback? Okay.
yes.
Susan, did you have a comment on that?
I had a question just on school resource officers. Is there, I'm not sure where we are in terms of policy or where's the school resource officer conversation is, but just in terms of what's happening this year in lieu of school resource officers, how we're thinking about a more permanent solution or situation. I don't know if that's still in policy, but.
Yeah, I think Linus is going to address some of that on the 23rd, just kind of where he is in his thinking. Yeah, David, are you still looking at that in policy?
Well, it is something we'll revisit in policy, but as you just mentioned, Suzanne, my understanding is that the district's leadership will be getting back to us about conversations that they've had with the principals and what they would like to see moving forward.
Okay. Jennifer?
I just wanted to let people know that we'll be having the first fall curriculum subcommittee meeting on Tuesday, September 21st from 4 to 5:30. And the agenda is not yet published, but will be shortly.
Thank you. Anybody else have a report out, questions?
Oh.
Okay, Helen?
A question about the letter of support for the Brookline Juvenile. I can bring it up under the Government Relations Subcommittee.
Well, that's actually, we have it listed under new business, but you've heard what happened? Did you hear what they?
No.
So it's actually, I think it came out today that they agreed to allow to have the hearings, the courts here in Brookline.
Oh, good.
One month, one afternoon or one day a month or something. So it was a little bit of a compromise, but they are still going to have the hearings here.
Okay, that's
So
perfect.
we actually,
We're done.
we're done with that. Yeah, yeah. So that just came out. I saw it today. I don't know when the ruling came out. We had a lot of support from elected officials, Senator Cream, Representative Tolley. There's a whole bunch of, a lot of our representatives all jumped on this.
Great.
And talked to, the judge changed his mind and said, okay, we can
This
have. the
happened once before, just for people's knowledge. They tried it and we pushed back and we got them to stay in. This looks like it's the same sort of.
Yeah, I don't think it's as much as we had asked for, but it's certainly more than they were first originally saying in terms of the amount of time here in Brookline. Okay, anything else? Any new business? We had it down, but the juvenile court is going to continue here in Brookline. Okay, Linus, would you like a last word?
Well, I just want to thank certainly all of our cabinet members for your time and attention this evening and your thoughtfulness in contributing to the conversations. I want to thank again the committee for your insistence on excellence, and we will continue to meet those needs and those demands, and certainly want to thank all of our faculty, staff, administrators for what the students are calling a successful school opening. And so from the mouth of our babes, they are thanking us continuously for allowing in-person learning this year. So whenever you hear those comments, it makes the battle and the fight all worth the while. So I want to acknowledge our students and families for that as well. So with that, I give the mic back to you.
Yeah, thank you for the final word. I want to say thank you to you and all of your team, certainly for a relatively smooth, in fact, it was pretty smooth opening. And I know it was a lot of work behind the scenes. So thank you for all of that. We're excited to have the students back in person. We know there'll be challenges, but I have a lot of confidence in you, Dr. Guillory, and in your team, and making sure we can work these little things out. So thank you very much, everyone, and have a pleasant rest of your evening, and we'll call it a night. Thank you.
Good night, everybody.